Ew, I need to drink coffee.
Hello.
Hello.
How are all you people that slept last night?
Did people sleep?
I woke up this morning at like 7, like I usually do. I was thinking, you've got to be kidding me.
Sucker. I slept in today. I woke up early.
I didn't get up until like 10, but I woke up a little earlier than that.
Yeah, I woke up earlier and said, "Oh God, no," and rolled back over. I was like, "Body, you're lying to me."
The sun
There's
came
no
up
way
and it
I'm
was
gonna wake up.
awful. I even have like all of my blackout curtains pulled, but they're just not quite wide enough for the window, so they'll have like this big of a crack. I was like, eh. And then Ollie woke up and wanted me to get up at like 9. I was like, that's not happening. I'm going to give you a bone. You can do your thing, and I'm going to go back to sleep.
Mm-hmm. Hello's coming through.
Hello.
We're going to get into a really quick sprint because I'm having a toenail emergency.
I need to wash my hair at some point.
Kelly, what did you give it? Are you reading the next one today? Did you?
Oh my gosh, that is so impressive.
How are you up right now?
I was fixing to say, what time is it for you? How are you moving? Toenail emergency. Yes, you heard that correctly, Maya.
Yeah, it's kind of gross. I stubbed my toenail a long time ago, and it like was black and slightly falling off, and it's been growing off. But like, I just have to keep like cutting it so it doesn't fall off. But today it decided to like rip across. So
Ugh.
literally 2 seconds before we were about to go live, I must have caught it on a blanket or something. Ugh. So now I gotta go like find a bandage.
Ugh.
Just sitting through a power tool ad, not sure who they think they're targeting here.
The men watching the sprints with their wives.
Rachel.
Hello.
Destiny.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gross now, Destiny. I'm gonna look like you did in high school. Her toenail like fell off in high school.
Oh gosh.
It took months for it to grow out because it was so.
Ooh, ouch, that hurts me.
I had a cat bite through my thumbnail once.
Ooh.
Come here, Ollie. I don't even know where you are. Where are you? Come here and stop barking.
Okay. Not terrible. You at least slept in.
A little. It's like 5 hours.
That's why I sleep on the daily.
I woke up and I can't move my shoulder.
Good.
What did you do, Rachel?
I'm pretty sure I pinched a nerve. It's like really sore and it's like radiating down my arm. So I'm like, that's a pinched nerve. So I did not go to the gym today because I don't think I could.
Mm-mm. Do not blame you.
Ouch.
I wanted to see if I could get anything that worked. I was gonna ignore it if it didn't fit. I got forced proximity this time. Does that work with the next one? Just pretend it does.
I haven't read the next one, so I do not know.
I'll say yes.
Yeah, none of us know.
Oh, yeah.
Pretend. I mean, the last book I read was not enemies to lovers. I got 10 pages in and was like, I lied. This is not this prompt, but we're sticking with it.
It's fine.
A mood, Maya.
I'm going tomorrow. I was just like, I also need to get groceries today, but I don't think I could do an arm workout today.
Melissa says it works. It's a bodyguard, so he's forced to be with her.
Fair.
That blog is terrible.
Definitely polarizing.
But Beth, do you need my rant? I can text you.
It's a rant. Be prepared.
Just kidding. You might not like the book as much if I rant to you, because everyone I've ranted to literally says, you are correct.
You are correct. It didn't bother me in the moment, but if you keep talking about it, it's going to bother me.
Mm-hmm. Especially so close to it where you'd be able to pick those things out. Like, at least yours was like, I don't even remember anymore, Casty. Shut up.
I could remember some of it, but it did take me a minute. You had to like, okay, this part. Oh, yeah, that part. I forgot about that part.
Mm-hmm. This
That's
is fair.
awesome.
5 books is a lot.
That's awesome.
I spun last night and got Mafia. So I think I'm gonna continue because I'm hoping to read 2 books today, but I realized I don't have a lot of time. So I don't think that's gonna work.
You have 9 hours.
We only have 8 hours.
No, you don't, because you get to go to whatever 9 Eastern is in your time zone.
Which is 7.
Oh, it's 8 hours. You're right. You're right. I was doing 9 my time. I'm not awake for this.
So we'll see if I finish it. But we're gonna do a sprint so I can deal with my toenail.
Poor toenail.
Oh, I have to spin.
No, my Horse Girl Fantasy does not have smut in it. It's
Fucking hate you. That was too early in the sprint to swear, but
I couldn't hear it.
I heard Ing. Ing hate you.
Yeah.
because it landed on a serial killer kidnapping again for freaking times, but can't land on it when I want it. Ooh. Okay, Beth, you need to message me your counterpoints. But I can dive deep into what Goodreads was just the surface.
See, the funny thing is, I think I have a similar feeling rant to the circus book, except for I got so mad and so bored that I just zoned out and I think stopped listening. So details would be struggles.
This is fair. Does make me do that too. It's okay. In my vlog, you literally see me go like, "Why do books do this where they could be good and then they're just freaking not?"
One of the only books I've hate read was where was it? It's the test. It's the one about like the Queens of Venice Lear. I hate that book with a burning passion.
It's just boring.
Fair. Okay, I'll see you in 35. I read.
Some kind of whistling stopped. I read 20 pages.
Beth distracted me.
Fair. This is fair.
I think Beth is the only person that hasn't been like, I understand. It's been a kind of like, I understand, I guess, but she was just like, this is what I saw.
It's fair.
But she's been the one I've talked to that was like closest. Sorry, I read nothing, obviously.
Right, how are you liking it? Everybody's got
Everything
lots of
seems to read
ideas.
so fast. I'm already enjoying this one so much better.
Good.
I have a feeling I'm gonna like it.
I didn't dislike it. I just didn't like it as well.
I really
It
like
does have more plot than the rest of them. I agree.
So far, I like both protagonists too.
Camille didn't bother me. I just their relationship was just like, you know.
Let's see. Sister, we're here. We're here for you to read whatever.
I'm gonna start Legacy of Ash soon.
Good luck.
Rye's reading The Never King.
I'm glad you're liking it, right?
I am Melissa.
It's just gonna be a dark weekend.
Can't wait. Fun.
The embroidered book I have, and it's gorgeous. I have the Goldsboro, and I have zero interest in reading it. Zero. It's a beautiful book, though. Me too.
You can put it on Fango.
Yeah, I know, but it's beautiful. I don't really want to get rid of it because it's pretty, but I'm probably never going to read it.
But money.
Yeah, I don't know if it would really sell or not, though, because it hasn't been that popular.
That's fair. You finally sold Atlas 6.
I did. It took forever, but finally did. Good luck.
Hope you enjoy
The
it.
fact that Priest is at Barnes & Noble is shocking to me.
What section is it in?
I'm assuming the romance section.
Do you not have an erotica section?
Mm-mm.
What kind of bookstore do you have?
They just lump everything in together.
I don't venture out of the sci-fi fantasy section, so I don't know what the other sections are.
I only know we have a decently big erotica section because it's next to the horror section. So the horror goes into the erotica section, and I'm always like, I promise I'm looking at horror when people walk by me.
We have a horror section. They have their own. It's not lumped into like the mystery thriller, and we have our own like cozy mystery section. But I don't think have an erotica section.
See, we have the sci-fi fantasy, but they split it up by science fiction and fantasy, but it's still they have the fantasy in the sci-fi.
Yeah, they don't know what they're doing when they shelve things. I found Splinter King in sci-fi. It's like, no.
I found Robert Hobb in sci-fi. I'm like, what?
For the most part, Chapters is actually pretty good at it. Obviously, there's some every once in a while, but
we don't have Chapters.
There's some fantasy that have science elements that can be.
Some of its arguments too. Like I know, like my sister gets angry that Docile's in science fiction because it's dystopian, but it's like
dystopian is a subgenre of
dystopian's gonna get lumped.
But like Docile is very just like regular fiction. Like it doesn't scream sci-fi, but it's dystopian, so that's why it goes into sci-fi. Which so there's always like arguments to be made about things, right? But
it's kind of sci-fi with the drug elements.
Kind of.
I don't know. I haven't read a lot of dystopian recently.
Dystopian's not my favorite genre.
I think my favorite was Parable of the Sower by Octavia Butler.
I'm not a big dystopian reader. I don't mind it and stuff like Red Rising because to me that's not really dystopia. Like it is, but not in the traditional genre sense, and so that doesn't bug me.
Well, like The Expanse could be dystopia because it's after Earth.
I don't see stuff like that as dystopia. I know that I guess technically it could be, but that gets muddy. It's just space opera.
Yeah, I could call it space opera.
Red Rising screams dystopian to me, but like Expanse doesn't.
Yeah, Red Rising is dystopia, but it's I don't know. It's not like your traditional. When I think dystopia, I think of the what were those books that were really popular? The YA ones, Divergent. That's what I think when I hear dystopia.
Like you think Divergent, Hunger Games. You think very
Yeah.
YA dystopia.
Yeah, I think so. And I just don't not a huge fan of that.
I did really like Hunger Games when it was coming out.
Yeah, I liked Hunger Games when it came out.
I read the first two of Divergent and got like 100 pages in the third one and stopped and never read it.
Third one was not very good.
The movie never even finished. They never finished those movies.
I feel like This Is Us this weekend. It says, my taste in books, also my taste in books, and then down here's a trash can, and it was like, also my taste in books.
Fair. Me
Oh,
too, right?
Me too.
I love a good dystopian.
I used to, then I think I burnt myself out for a while, and then I was like, I don't want to.
It's probably the science fiction that I do like and read is more dystopian than.
I think I just don't like YA dystopian as much anymore. I liked it when I was the demographic for it, but too angsty for me now.
Yeah, like Docile.
I haven't read much adult dystopian.
Rachel, are you gonna read Wool? Because that's dystopian.
What? I'm going to try at some point.
I've heard Wool's good.
I enjoyed it.
It's very popular in the sci-fi world.
Yeah.
It's like, a weird one though, because like the first book follows characters, and then the second book is a prequel that follows characters. So you have to learn new characters, and then the third one has all the characters.
I don't know, like books like Docile just don't have. I was like, I would hate that.
I think you might like Wool because there's more of like a science to it because they're in the like silos and like you have to see how like everything works, like agriculture works, like crap like that.
I do like a good dystopian movie.
Works.
I like a good dystopian movie like Gattaca.
I love Docile.
I've never read it. Me too.
Yep, literally. The erotica section is small, but
it's fair.
Okay, should we read again?
You should spin. Two together?
Yeah. 45 minutes.
It's like it lands on the line. I have the two on either side.
Oh god, that'd be so long.
We're going for 5 minutes.
Yep. The world's shortest sprint.
Okay, I'll see you in 45. have a Lizzie. Here, Lizzie. Hello. I read. I'm 30% in.
I am 30% in.
You'll have to send me your thoughts.
I will. I will. I like it. The therapist bits are a little weird, but
Oh, that was my favorite part.
really.
I loved them coming in.
I'm listening to Horse Girl because
Love it for you.
Fair.
I'm addicted to this series. I don't know why. I'm just like,
Nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm. Are you still liking it? I know yesterday you said that it wasn't what you expected. There are no saints. It's so close.
I'm not going to be able to read in the next sprint. I have to go grab my groceries from Target.
I gotta go get food.
What are you reading?
37 pages is great, Kelly.
Yeah, that's insane.
Hardly anything. Gotta do that next time. I do need to go get.
I thought you would like The Therapist.
I do like The Therapist. I think it's just having worked in a field like that, even the people that are unhinged don't talk about themselves with that much like clinical foresight, I guess. It's very scripted answers. I don't know. I just don't buy anybody actually talking like that, even people that are the way that she is.
I think they deal with that a little bit later.
Okay. Well, then that will probably make more sense. I'm not very far.
It's really not a spoiler. They just talk about how she has a new therapist every year. So she goes through the same questions. So she literally has scripted answers.
It makes more sense. And I guess I can see where if she was like obsessed with her therapist and keeping them talking to her, that she would look up
like
the answers that they would be expecting from her.
Every single year she ends with a therapist and gets a new one. So you're being asked the same questions pretty much. So she
Yeah.
It's all scripted. But maybe you won't like the book because you'll think very science about all the mental health aspects.
It's not science about it. It's just it's not talking about like okay, people are going to take it the wrong way if I go into it too much, but it's not talking about yourself objectively or anything like that. You would have to read the book, I think, to know what I'm talking about. It's just very I don't know. It's not worth getting into. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it also I think I get what you're kind of trying to say. I wrote
I'm not meaning like this.
Yeah.
I've been in that situation.
Is it something to do with like her affect being weird?
Maybe. I don't really know how to describe it. I mean, it works for her character. It's
not realistic enough for you.
Yeah.
Well, that was like with Lizard Man. I was like, you're taking yourself too seriously, but you don't have enough world building for fantasy.
It's almost like she's literally reading word for word from a textbook. There's emotion behind it, so you can't say that it's like flat textbook, but it's not, the word choices are not what I would consider something it sounds like she would say. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So it's not even
they are like scripted.
Yeah. So that part if it's more scripted and that's why, then that part makes sense and it's not going to bother me.
Which it could have just been my interpretation from like her going to therapy every year, having a new therapist, that I just assumed that she literally
was scripted. Yeah, that makes sense. Kind of been led to those answers a little bit from other therapists. That makes sense.
Because something happens later on that kind of changes. But I'm unsure if you'll like it now. I don't know.
I'm really liking it right now. I'm 30% of the way in.
Because
It's
a
not
lot of
bugging me
it is
enough to.
unrealistic.
It's not bugging me enough to care, and it's not that I feel like when I say stuff like that, people are like, "Well, if you think it's unrealistic, then you're not gonna like it." No, it's a fictional book. I get that it's gonna have to suspend some belief. That's not my problem.
Which is fair. I mean, it's so much easier to talk about things you don't like in a book than things you
Yeah.
like. So, like, sometimes I'll say something's bothering me, and it sounds like it's bothering me so much.
Mhm.
Like, Mind F, when I was like,
Yeah.
I don't understand how everyone accepts murder, and you were like, you're not gonna like it, but I was like, it doesn't bother me
That
that
much.
much.
Yeah.
It's just like, why?
The unrealistic part is not what's getting me. I think it was the pure scriptedness of the answers. It was like nobody talks like that. I think that's what was bugging me.
I think they are scripted.
Mm-hmm. That
Um,
makes more sense then.
Sadly, Mind F pretty much only works for serial killer / kidnapping.
You can make it work for monster.
Yeah, you could stretch monster into being a, since like lots of people don't want to read a monster romance, we've said that you could stretch it into like a human monster.
You could kind of stretch it for bodyguard because he thinks he has to be her bodyguard for the first couple and like gets that one guy to stay.
Bodyguard.
You could stretch it if you had to. The first two, not probably after that.
This is a solid mood there.
Are you on Team Beach Readers?
I hope you are. If you're not, you are now. Thanks for joining. Make sure to put all your books into the submission form, which is on Discord. I'm gonna put it on my Twitter too. I realized I should probably do that for people. Literally. Do it. Do it. He does.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But he's not. He's more of a Seminole. Logan was my least, like one of my least favorite parts about that book because I was like, dude, you're an FBI agent. Can we have a little grit, please? Just teensy bit. But I mean, that was on purpose. Still, that was like,
Yeah, it was to.
I need some grit.
I mean, I would have preferred a little bit of grit because it would have made things make a little bit more sense for his character in the end.
Mm-hmm. But it makes sense.
There's no like closing date, but I would try to put them in as soon as possible, like as at the end, like make sure to get them in like Monday. I don't know, we don't have like a plan, but we want to get stats out for people, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we'll get stats out Wednesday, so get them in by Tuesday.
That makes me like it.
Just pick a date.
Yeah. Tuesday sounds good.
And no, I am a fill a form as I go person because I don't want to fill out 10 at the same time or I'll forget. So I always forget that there's people out here that they do sit down, and I was like, I don't want to spend an hour of my day submitting books.
Yeah, I used to write. I wanted to write reviews for every book I read, not like 2 sentences. But I'm like 40 books behind now. I'm like,
Yep, I feel that.
I try to do ones that like I have things to talk about. So like on Goodreads, like some get some and some don't, and some are just like this book was great or this book was trash.
Yeah,
but well, it was about like Mind F got a good one.
Yeah, it's only for myself. So when I go back, I'm like, what did I do? What was my feelings for this book?
That is the worst.
I'm praying for a long sprint next time so I can get back from groceries.
It's funny. Have you ever noticed how when you remove a comment, it doesn't remove it for the host, or in StreamYard, it only removes it on YouTube? So then you remove it and then the host will go through and like click on it and you're like, dang it, I removed that.
Yeah, I do that all the time. I'm like, I misspelled this word. Remove. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
earlier.
I didn't. Yeah, as you said you would remove it, I also realized that just now. So honestly, I thought about not clicking it because I thought about that, but then I don't think it's actually a spoiler.
Yeah. Nothing in that book other than like the last couple of novellas are really spoilery. I feel like it's expected until you get to maybe the fourth one.
40 minutes. Is that long enough?
I think so. I don't live that far.
Rachel, how long do you need?
Probably about 50 for safety.
Let's do 50 then.
Yeah, I don't traffic on Bay Area. Like traffic in Houston sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how long Target's gonna take to fill up my car.
I was lazy the other day and had Target bring them to me because the delivery fee wasn't that bad and gas has gotten so expensive. I was like, by the time I drive there and drive back, I'm gonna spend half the delivery fee in gas, and I'm lazy.
Yeah,
and you don't have to tip the. I probably should have tipped them, but they didn't. And I forgot.
I don't tip the people who put my thing in there.
I meant like the people that delivered it.
Oh, I do tip them, but it gets so expensive. It's always like
if the ships didn't ask. I wonder if that's lumped into your delivery fee because normally when you do the checkout, they'll ask you.
No, you're back in your Target app.
I didn't order from the Target app though.
Oh, okay. I always order from the Target app. That's how.
I did it online. I don't know. That's weird.
Because once you go back in, it'll ask you.
I'm not gonna go back in after it's already been delivered.
I don't know. That's how mine works.
It tells you how often I do delivery. I need to probably go back and look at that. I literally just thought about it. I was like, oh, I should have probably tipped them. Oops.
Oops. Honestly, I didn't even know Magical Readathon you had to submit your books.
I didn't either. Man, either. I didn't submit a single book.
I
didn't know.
Honestly didn't do a Magical Readathon because it caused me anxiety.
I'm doing it in the way of next year when I want to do it in August. I'm just gonna look back at what I read last month and make whatever work.
I actually managed to do my TBR, which was built into the Magical Readathon, and so while I wasn't actively doing it because I was following my TBR, ended up doing it. But I didn't submit anything. Didn't do any of the extra stuff.
Not read a book with healers technically, but I was gonna count probably Mind F for that. I was like, they heal people during it. She heals people while she's.
I read Grey Sister for that prompt. That was not a heal or anything.
I tried. There's apothecary, kind of.
It's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine. Start it.
There's very little. The only book that immediately comes to mind is like City of Brass in that series for healers.
Mm-hmm.
She has healing in her revenge. It heals her soul.
Perfect.
This was a struggle when I got it.
If you don't mind vampires.
Yeah.
Voyeur is the one that I put on my TBR, but it's like a teacher sex club type thing.
The Dangerous Temptation by Gina Darling is supposed to be age gap. The Mafia Mistress is age gap.
What's the one that has like the V, like it's like a teacher lessons in vengeance? No. Steph was reading it a while ago. I was like,
I don't know.
I thought it was like student teacher one.
I don't know. Enjoy.
I don't know how long it is though. We tip
pretty much everything, which is annoying.
Yeah,
I don't see why you have to tip your hairdresser. They set their own prices.
Yeah.
And then you have to tip your hairdresser.
And you feel bad and have to tip them a lot because
like bartenders and food delivery people, they don't have any say in the matter. of what their salary is. So I get that. But your hairdresser literally makes their own prices.
Not all of them do.
Mine does.
I always, as a photographer in like the wedding industry, I always say like you wouldn't tip me because I'm setting my own price, but you would tip like a photographer in a company.
That makes sense.
Because they're not. That's how I like. So like some like a hairstylist who works from home is making their own price. So you tip, and they don't have like they're not paying for a chair or something, you know.
Yeah.
But I have mixed feelings on this as someone who served for 8 years. That I don't need to get into an
it's not
makes sense
argument.
It's like we don't need to get into the insurance thing again.
I don't know enough about it to have any strong opinion. So
I've seen people leave a restaurant and had to owe the restaurant $40 instead of making money.
That is insane.
Because no one tipped them.
Ugh, that's awful.
Yeah.
No, I feel like food industry, absolutely. Because they don't, I mean, a lot of them don't even make minimum wage because the people are like, I'm assuming you'll make enough in tips.
Well, in the States, there's places that let you do that where like your minimum wage is technically $15, but your tips make up half that wage. So if you make $13 an hour in wage or whatever.
But if you don't make those tips, then
yeah. Also, I worked in the fast food industry, so I didn't get tips.
I tip everywhere, and my boyfriend yells at me half the time. Like, I'll tip if I go get like a smoothie. I'll give them like just like $1 or even 50 cents, and he's like, they did nothing. They made a smoothie, and I was like, yeah, but they're making minimum wage.
Yeah.
Admittedly, I didn't work there that long, but working at Zaxby's was an interesting experience.
I feel like working fast food in general would be an interesting experience.
It's a choice here too.
Yeah,
it's a choice. Yeah,
lots of people don't tip. I worked in a lot of people don't.
I tip everywhere.
I try to tip, but sometimes I'm just cheap. Sometimes I'm.
Depending on what it is. Like if it's something that you don't standardly across the country tip for, I don't. But any type of like food industry or common stuff. David, because here the thought process is if your like service was good, the more you tip. There's like a baseline that most people do regardless, and then anything over that is based off of service.
20%.
But at the same time, you don't know who pulls their tips. So you may have tipped your waiter badly, but somebody else is doing a great job, but they're going to get the same share, which is kind of crappy.
I've worked at a place that pooled them. I've worked at one that didn't. But as a server, you tip out. So you owe people money based on what you made because you have to tip so when I worked, it was 2% to the bar and 4% to the kitchen.
Dang.
So if you think about it, if you tip 10%, I made 4% of that tip. And I had a low tip personally. I've known places that are way higher than that.
I did not know that. I've never worked in that, so I wouldn't know. That's interesting.
Yeah, I've only worked as like a lifeguard and like a hotel night person. So I never got tips.
I did retail. You don't tip retail, so.
Oh, and the other thing that it works is people think that tip out comes out of your tip. That comes out of my total sales. So like if I made $1,000, like if I sold $1,000 worth of product, I owe 2% of that.
Jeez.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's more than you think it is.
That's crazy. Moral of this story is tip you people.
You also tip like dive guides.
Never did that either. Not tip them, just never had dive guides.
I used to go. Yeah. Me and my dad go to.
Although, like when you are mixing drinks at a bar, that's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
Yep. Yeah, it's funny when you talk to people that weren't in the industry at all. When I actually explain things, people are like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Huh? You did what?
I mean, it could be different where you are. Like I am in Canada, but it's pretty standard for Canada for that to be the way.
Yeah, I never worked in it, so weird. We need somebody else. Is there any U.S. serving people?
I never worked in the serving industry. I did retail where people yelled at you on Black Friday. That was my thing. We had a one of our like managers was an old prison guard at a women's prison correctional facility. And so anytime somebody would like get irate and start getting in your face, it was always fun to be like, hey, can you come here for a minute? Because she would just basically step in front of them and just look at them. And they would be like, just walk off.
Being a lifeguard, it was only the worst part was little children doing inappropriate things in pools.
Like peeing?
No, the other one.
Oh no. Oh no.
That was fun. And no.
Yeah, gross.
Also, I get yelled at because I enforced rules.
Always a good one.
I also almost got drowned.
I don't like it. So Publix here will walk your groceries out to your car for you, but they can't accept tips. And so I will never let them walk my groceries out to my car because I'm like, this is just awkward.
Yeah. Well, we don't have Publix in Texas, I don't think.
You never know too. I feel like we had one time my parents were gone. Like I was quite little. Well, not little, but I was like 12.
Mm-hmm.
And I was home and we had someone coming to install it to like bring in our new laundry and like washing machine and dryer. My parents left me a tip for them. I was like, give this to them when they're done or whatever. And so we're in there and they asked me to see if they could, like my parents were like, also see if they can connect it for you so that we don't have to. And so I asked them and I was like, can you connect it? And they're like, oh, we're not allowed to, like, because of issues, like if it was wrong or something or whatever. And I was like, okay, that's fine. Thanks for coming in. And I gave them their tip and he took the tip and said, don't tell anyone I did this, and turned around and connected it for us. And I was like, you never know what things are going to get you. And like, I wouldn't expect him to do it, but it was just like, so nice.
That's good on him.
So when I was working it was like for my college, they basically had summer programs where if they're minors in the building, there had to be a night guard, basically, which was my job.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't do anything. I made sure children weren't sneaking out in the middle of the night. But I was not allowed to open doors to people that didn't have keys, and I got yelled at so many times. I'm like, I can't.
That's a safety hazard.
Well, that was my thing. It's like, in me being a Boy Scout, I'm like, I'm not opening that door. And Alyssa's basically,
I'm just standing there like this, like,
no way.
And they're going knock, 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 staring at me, knock, knock, knock. I'm like,
honestly, retail is one that I've never really thought about tipping, but also I avoid anyone in retail. Like, I don't want help with anything.
Me either.
So I'm like, please just stand in the corner, and if I need you, I'll come up to you and be like, can you check if this is in the back? But I don't want you to like find me things to try on or anything like that.
Yeah. My favorite thing was when Barnes & Noble for a little while had computers that were the computers that the staff used, like at the end of an aisle, and you could look and see how many they had and what section it was in. And then I never had to ask anybody. It was great. And then they took them down. It made me sad.
We have them at Chapters here, and it's the best thing to ever exist. If they ever took them out, I would only buy online.
Jealous. Because you never know. Like, it could be shelved in La La Land for all you know.
Yeah, it's like, I was looking. I couldn't find, what was it? Amari and the Night Brothers. I couldn't find it because I don't understand Barnes & Noble's children's sections whatsoever.
Yeah, the children's section's weird.
Because I also feel awkward because I'm like, I am not a child. What am I doing in here?
It makes me feel so awkward shopping in middle grade for some reason, but I'm like, I'm old enough that I could have a child. People probably think I'm just buying for my child.
You're like a teacher or something like that.
Well, I always have the story. I'm shopping for my niece. That doesn't exist. I don't have it.
Let me describe this Nevermore here. Okay, goodbye now.
I mean, I do own them, but I bought them on the cheap because I was lazy.
Don't blame me.
But it's so funny because when I've gone into the middle grade to actually buy for my nephew, I don't feel weird at all. But if I'm going to buy a book for myself, I'm like, no one touched me.
So true. It's like they can see your intention.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm looking for Nevermore. Where are you, Nevermore? Hurry up.
I always go to
funny.
look for Frosthurt.
They don't have it here, really.
Yeah, we
No.
don't have. It's not been published yet here. I
It's
don't
called
think the
something else.
Frostart 2 and 3.
No, only the first one is, not the
Yeah.
next two. And the covers kind of suck in the US.
You can never find it. The thing is, I feel like I know more half the time than people that work there.
And I think I know more about the fantasy books. Just
Yeah.
'cause
Mm-hmm.
Like when someone comes into the fantasy section is like, "Do you need help?" and I'm like, "No,
No.
I'm good here."
sometimes I will help other people if they look very confused. I'm like, what book are you looking for? I can maybe.
I've had people come in before and they're standing there holding, what were they? They were holding Mistborn, and it was a couple, and they were talking to each other, and they're like, "Yeah, I don't know. Should we get this? I don't know if it's any good. Have you ever heard anybody talk about it? No." And I just was like, "You should buy the book." I just awkwardly stood there, and I was like, "You should buy the book." And they were like, "Oh, well, really?" It's like, "You should buy the book."
One of the most popular fantasies.
It's so weird though. Like when I discovered BookTube, I was like, "Yes, this is great." Finally.
I need more enablers so
my
I can read more books.
Okay, you see that? They're signed.
Well, I can't see.
Holy
Holy.
cow!
You've got to be kidding me.
No. How
I
much
think
is
I
that
just
per
threw up
book?
a little.
That's like 400. That's like 600.
Did you see Daniel Green's video, I think, about the fantasy book that is getting, I forget which fantasy it is right now, getting 3 special editions, and one of them is like $1,500. And I was like, who? What? Why? One
I think
book?
What
it
book is
Lewis
this?
Green? No, it's Joe Abercrombie. It's First Law.
Yeah.
Yes, it
And
is.
the nicest one is the cheapest one. And I'm
Yep.
like, what is wrong? It's the
Yep.
leather bound editions, but still.
Like the
don't like
Sanderson
those
leatherbound are only
editions.
200. Like the Stormlight one, the Stormlight one leatherbound was $200, which makes sense. And they're normally $100 but Stormlight was 200
I
because it was
don't
2 of
love
them.
leather bounds. They look like Bibles sitting on my shelf.
I don't love them either. I like the normal hardbacks for Stormlight.
I like the special edition of like the Throne of Glass and Royal Assassin. Those are pretty. But they're not that expensive. They're like what, $35?
Yeah.
I could never spend $1,600 on a
I
book
can barely
series.
spend $40 on a book.
Holy crap. I mean, there are 6 and they are signed, so I might could justify like I don't even know, but 1,600? How much is that per book? Like what, $100?
Cassie, I don't think you were here, but me and Mel were having a conundrum about the Sanderson like editions, and it was only $200.
Struggle. I ended up being really cheap.
I only bought the audiobook because they're gonna be.
You guys did them? I didn't even do them because I was like,
I did the ebooks because there are many ebooks that are like $10. So I didn't feel like that was price gouging because that's just a normal standard release ebook price here. And I didn't want to have to wait 8, 9, 10 months to a year for them to actually be published. When they are, I'll probably buy them in whatever the regular is. But I agree with somebody that said that the covers kind of look like middle grade covers. It's like, yeah, they don't really match the style of my US editions at all.
they
So.
do.
I bought the audiobooks because I was sharing them with my friend, and I
That's
assumed
smart.
like I'm gonna be like, friend, you pay $30, I pay $30. We have books,
That was smart.
It is smart.
and you can't really share physical copies.
It's hard to do unless you live close.
Mm-hmm.
He does not live close to me. He lives in South.
And then somebody has to get to keep them.
Yeah, that's. I'm like, I would keep them mainly because you are a parasite on my audiobook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, let's read and you guys can go do things.
Mostly because I'm hungry.
Hello. No, we'll be back in a bit.
I have gotten snacks.
I love these long snacks.
I was thinking, do I want to eat these on camera? No, but
Fair. Bobby, how was softball? You had softball today?
Yesterday. So I was gone. I was at the softball field for
Long time yesterday.
6 hours, 5-6 hours.
is Child's ankle better?
They say no. They're fucking fine. Like, it's not swollen. She can put weight on it, but still hobbling around. And can I skip school tomorrow? I'm like,
Does it have like full range of movement and shit like that? Okay.
I mean, she can stand on it and put weight on it, and it's just, if she were to step and like bend her foot like normal, it hurts. So it's sprained. I mean, she slid late into second base, and so the base and so she hit the base, and there was no give. It's supposed to pop off, and it didn't. So her ankle just went, and I mean, it hurt. Thank God it was at the end of the game, and they like blew them out. They won 26 to like 13? No, 10, something like that. 26 to 10 or something like that. They like kicked ass, but still, she has a game on Tuesday. Not sure, because it's like, you're a catcher. If you can't squat and you can't run, then you're not. And that's a graveyard night for me. We're not going to the game. You can just be chill until your next game Saturday, when hopefully you should be fully healed.
Better to miss one game than to F it up more and miss lots of games.
Correct. And that's where I'm at. I'm like, it'll be fine. But yeah, yesterday was a long day. I came home and I passed out, and then I saw when I went to work at 4 a.m. that Rye tagged me in the sprints, even though I was never on them at like, it said like 3 hours ago. I'm like, it's like 1 or 2 a.m. my time. That's like almost 4 a.m. her time. I was like, what the hell?
We stayed up late.
If you watch the sprints, you could see me slowly die.
Did you leave sprints again and like fell asleep and then like left us on read like Mel is right now? Was that?
No, I did not. I was forced off sprints because I was falling asleep.
Rachel would have done that if she stayed for another sprint.
Okay.
I was falling asleep talking, basically. I was just like...
You were like, I'm going to stay until you guys start sprinting. And I was like, you should just leave.
Just go. Just go to bed. Like, it's okay to admit defeat. Like, I'm tired.
Mm-hmm.
It was midnight my time, which is late for me.
That's late for me, too.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like...
I can usually hang pretty long if it's my days off, but...
I like staying to the end of sprints because I like talking after sprints.
Same. Like, talking backstage, so do I.
But I'm like, I'm probably gonna sleep, and I don't want to fall asleep on sprints again.
We did not talk long after. Well, Rye left right away, and me and Mel talked for a little bit, but it was late for us too.
Right.
Yeah.
Mel said it was like midnight, I think, her time. Or 1.
I think it was 1 her time.
Or 2. Maybe it was 2.
No, it was 2 her time because
it was 2. Yeah. She should 2. Yeah, pretty sure she said it was late. Which means it would have been midnight mine. So it was 1 for you, Cass. Because we all represent a time zone, which I love.
Mm-hmm. I love a good TikTok spiral.
There's Mel.
Oh, Mel, you missed it, but I have...
Oblong snacks!
I was eating those yesterday.
Fries.
I finished my sausages. My pepperoni sticks.
Mm-hmm.
They're turkey. They're basically pepperoni sticks, but turkey. So they have less fat in them.
Hello. I'm really liking this one.
What are you reading?
This one might be my favorite.
Which one?
Nero's
The Third Brutal Birthright.
Really? Of course you love that one because it's everybody else's least favorite.
I updated my vlog at 50%, and I was like, I get if you're reading these books for romance, why you wouldn't like this one.
Yeah.
But there's so little romance in this. It's all plot that I'm like, ooh. And like very Fast and Furious and Ocean's 11, which are all movies. I love both of those types of movies. So
it's funny because even Sophie Lark said that's her weakest in the 6.
Because there's no romance.
Not much.
And even the romance it's like it was annoying me that all the scenes that are romance based, we get the scenes from both their point of views, and that annoys me. Like, I don't need to relive it in someone else's thoughts. So I understand that the romance is the weakest, but I'm just here for the plot.
Well, and a lot of them have some plot in it at least, and it progresses throughout, like where it's all continuing together.
Besides the last book, what plot?
The last one, oh yeah,
Like the
that
second
was more like it started with the plot that slowly went away when he gave up what he was gonna do originally.
He gave that up so fast.
I know.
He looked at her once and was like, "Oh."
The next one is interesting, like because that has quite a bit of plot in it too.
Yes.
Book 4.
I'm excited for Dante.
I like Dante.
Now we can read book 4 together.
As long as I don't spend Mafia.
I'm gonna finish this one in a little while.
What are you reading, Mel?
Into the Dark by Dana Isley. I read it last night. It's dark. I loved it.
What is it for?
She's reading it for Monster, but she twisted Monster into like a human monster.
Oh, okay.
It's like real dark. Like I was talking about it yesterday, and I was like, it does not shy away. If you didn't like the like Den of Vipers knife scenes, yeah, this is like Den of Vipers on steroids.
Oh, Jesus. So that's dark.
So, and there's no happily ever after.
Oh, does he just kill her in the end?
I'm not gonna say.
Necrophilia?
I was shocked by the ending. That's all. I was actually shocked, even though I probably shouldn't have been.
As long as there's no necrophilia.
Oh, yeah.
No, they just
It doesn't go that bad.
F around them.
Oh, awesome.
Oh yeah.
Even better.
I woke up and I
And that smell of formaldehyde.
They
really
literally
turns it
are
on.
like effing on a mattress where they just killed someone who also just peed their pants on that mattress.
That sounds heavenly. That sounds right up.
You can't get formaldehyde out of clothes. Don't joke, Bobby. You have to burn scrubs.
Ugh.
Yeah.
At one point last night, I think I came back and I was like, I just read the darkest sex scene I've ever read, and I think I need a therapist because I thought it was hot.
Oh my god. You probably do.
Hey, Cassidy, you should read that fan fiction I sent you.
Oh no.
It's not that dark, but it's still like I think you would like it.
Oh. Yeah. I'm scared for when Mel gets to that scene and she's like, wow, Cassidy, you're fucked up in that.
Well, we already knew that.
Well, Bobby, were you here when I was talking to Cass about the gentleman thief in breaking into people's windows, and Cassidy thought that was hot too?
Of course she did. No, but I wasn't there for that, but of course she does.
I just kind of want you to get Nick to read that book now and tell him that you thought it was hot.
Nick already knows I'm fucked up.
Terrible. Yeah.
Not
What's it,
something
Into the
you should
Dark?
probably read.
Yeah, it's for a very limited group of people.
Obviously.
Hello.
My curiosity got me that time.
I don't think
Curiosity
I will
always
read
kills
it.
the cat.
I just I feel like it was what I was expecting. Like when people talk about dark romance, half the time I'm like, this wasn't very dark. And that one was like,
It can only be so dark and be romance, though.
True.
Well, and you have to make dark
I feel
palatable.
like this is a romance.
Or if you make it too dark, you get like Prince of Thorns, where everyone hates it.
it's not. Yeah, like I wouldn't really call it a romance either. But it's like, what else do you market it as? And she does have a note at the end that kind of explains a bit of why she said it was romance.
Feels like more of like a dark thriller to me right now. Like an obsessive dark thriller.
Into the Dark by Dana Isley.
I would not say that a romance has to have an HEA.
Yeah, I disagree with this completely. I hate this idea that they have to. I always want them not to. Because romance, I've had relationships that were romance and I was happy in them, but like I'm not with them still. And that doesn't change the fact that we had a romance.
Yep. Same.
Romance is really like the lead up to, not the end result.
Mm-hmm.
Or like something like Normal People by Sally Rooney, which I know a lot of people hate. I loved that book and I love the show, but that started out as a romance and it didn't have a happy ending at all. It had an ending that pissed me off.
I always want more romance to not have happily ever afters because I think it's such a.
I want it to be a realistic ending. Like,
Yeah.
not everybody gets a perfect happy ever after. They don't. It's not realistic. But most people read romance for the escape and like the fantasy of it. And
That's the thing. I don't
It
necessarily.
just makes romance too predictable.
yeah, it does. And that's why I don't like contemporary romance. It's the exact same fucking story every single
But
time.
so many books will say ends in HEA or something like in their description. So I don't feel like it's every romance thing. It's just common and published, traditionally published.
Some people like the happily ever after because it's like they don't want the pet to die, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. It's all about your individual taste, but
Yeah.
And
Nothing wrong with an HEA romance.
I could argue that there is a happily ever after, but it's not a happily ever after at the same time. For
I'm curious. I'll go.
I'm gonna finish all my all dog stacks. I need to get these away from me.
It's like, is Mel okay or is she talking to the dog?
Talking to the dog.
Okay, I thought so.
He was begging for food, and if I'll tell him all gone, he'll back off. He knows it's gone and can't get any more.
Mm.
He's too smart for his own good.
What do you
He's a
feel
dog,
about?
it's food. He wants it.
Yeah, but he's smart enough to realize what all gone means and walk away.
Do you do that even if you're not done, just to make him go away?
No, because if I crinkle the bag, he'll come right back. But he'll watch me. Like if I roll up a bag, he knows that I'm done. He'll go away too.
Yeah.
He's a little fat. I probably shouldn't give him any fries, but he only gets like, little bites
pieces.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why I don't usually eat at the chair because he begs worse when I'm over here.
Of course. What are you spitting for?
The sprint.
We're gonna sprint.
Hey, it's gone.
Man, it's just going forever. I guess we're never sprinting again.
It just goes for however long.
Okay. And it keeps going.
Oh.
And backwards.
If you're gonna do this consistently, you should probably make a different wheel.
Yeah, it's not balanced, obviously.
It's also, I think it's actually the tack because the tack isn't straight.
It's also landed on serial killer again.
Yeah, but it never lands there when I want it to.
It's probably where you're starting. So like every sprint, you start on serial killer because that's where it landed, and then you spin it, and then it ends on the other side, and then you spin it so it ends back on the other side again.
I've landed on almost every space on this board.
I have not.
Mine is less weighted than Mel's is. And Mel's spin the bottle.
No, mine's on a table.
Well, that was shitty.
Yeah, that was a terrible thing.
But we got 40. It also, it depends how like good of a. I can see if I'm doing the same weight on my spin. Like I am better at spinning it for when I'm actually picking a prompt versus here I'm not just like reaching up and just tapping it.
Yeah.
Rachel, I saw that.
I know, I'm eating them because I'm hungry.
You were like, I'm not eating them on camera.
I have the impulse control of a child.
Which is none.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is why I buy books impulsively.
I just
Or
made an
really
entire
easily
thing on camera.
swayed to read shit you don't want to read because your friends are mean.
Honestly, you know what I was thinking about last night? We should do 72 hours in the fantasy cave.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
We could do
But then you
thrillers
could only
too,
read like one book.
or horrors.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out like 72 Hours in the Haunted House.
Yeah.
And do like horror or thrillers?
Like
Mhm.
spooky books in general, maybe?
That'd be kind of
Like
fun.
the
Just have it.
paranormal spooky.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound as cool as Fantasy Cave and Smut Den, though.
I like Fantasy Cove.
Yeah.
We'll percolate this.
We'll workshop this later.
Got it. Okay. See you all in 40 minutes.
It's a decoy bolt. Yeah. Well, I'm glad we made this deal. I've started something that I'm going to regret. I already regret. Right, I'm going to get my stuff back.
So you're not muted.
So that was successful. After this goal being half finished and definitely with no defenses, this goal having used.
Rachel, mute yourself.
Hello. I read. I didn't read that much. It says I have an hour left in the book,
Same.
which I don't think is going to give me enough time to actually finish the next book in the 72 hours, but I'll probably just read until it's finished and count it.
Say that again. You're facing the other way. I couldn't hear you.
I don't think it'll give me enough time to like actually read another book,
Mhm.
but I'll just read and count it.
Yeah.
I'll read most of it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna still start whatever, talk about it, and then just be like, watch the wrap up for Fallout. What do you? Oh, Bobby's story in the second Creature Cafe. I forgot.
Yeah. I'm way behind everybody else because I've been so busy.
You've had stuff to do this weekend, though.
Yeah, and a makeup game on Friday that wasn't supposed to be there originally.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I only read 2 books in the DNF.
Yay.
Were they smutty books, Rachel?
Yes, I read There Are No Saints, Ice Barbarians with
Oh, yeah, and then Lizard Man. I forgot about that. I thought, for some reason, I was just thinking Ice Planet. I'm
Yeah.
very proud of you, Rachel, for your Simbin.
I have
Your
to be
Simbin was not like, you didn't give them all 1 star, so.
No, I said I liked Ice Planet Barbarians, and There Are No Saints was entertaining. It just needed a fantasy element, though, because I was bored.
Stabby's bad.
3.5 is good though. I'll take that
Mhm.
for someone who doesn't read.
Yes, same.
And then Lizard Man was DNF at 50 pages.
I'm taking Cassidy's advice and DNFing Lizard Man by reading the chapter title. Priest is probably going to end up in the same boat. I'm just
Well,
not-
the chapter title is Susan. So
There you go.
Well, yeah,
Problem solved.
that's bad.
Terrible. Who names their main character Susan?
it's so annoying because they all have other like fantasy. Like, give her a fantasy name. She's human, but it's fine. Give her not Susan.
I don't know if that would bother me because she's human. Like it's supposed to be the juxtaposition.
Could you pick
She's
the most
human,
basic
she's like
bitch, middle-aged
Ariel.
white girl name?
She comes from like Metatron or something. She doesn't come from Earth.
She's Prairie Girl too, though.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know. I just like this is very Earth name.
This is very Earth name. It also bugs me too, though, in some books where they will do everything possible to make the names as weird and as far away from normal vocabulary. I'm like, I don't have time to think about who you are every time.
Well, it just Susan. Different name, please.
Just Susan.
Her name is Susan Jennings.
Just spin again and hope you land on monster. To count it. I have gotten to the cringe. And I really get why people don't like this one because the romance is not very good. But I'm still having a great time. Like all of a sudden they're just in love.
Yep.
They just like put everything out on the table and they're like, okay, cool, let's be together.
Yep.
But
I told you about my mom. I'm gonna now be in love with you.
Yep.
I do think there was a little bit of buildup, but it just like wasn't enough.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they did know each other prior to that, but still,
Cool.
this wasn't quite enough. Remind me what you gave Into the Dark. What'd you give it?
4 stars. Right now, I don't know. I think a 3.5 to a 4 currently.
Hey, a 3.5 is what I gave it.
Um,
People think I hate that book. I really didn't. I just didn't like it as much as the other two.
I'm still trying to think of
Rachel, I'm
ideas.
sending you something.
oh, Rye just finished her book.
I know. I'm so excited.
Oh, does she need to hop on for a spin?
Yes.
Yeah. I was gonna say, where is Rye?
I think she has child things.
No.
Her hubby is
Hubby
doing-
thing.
Oh.
Rachel, I just sent you something I think you'll be happy about.
What book was she reading?
The Never King. Yeah, we just messaged you. The link is in
Mod.
chat. Smut Den technically ends 9 p.m.
Eastern.
Eastern Standard Time or 9 p.m. your time zone, whatever you want to do.
4 hours and 20 minutes.
Also, yes, I figured that would happen because that's normally what happened. Even you just got to read them in order quickly. It's a binge series.
Oh, she's driving. Hey, Rye.
Hey guys.
Yay. Hold on.
Yeah, I had my Kindle in the car, so
Okay.
I brought it to the game.
You have to come hang out with us soon.
I will. I'm gonna go home and we're gonna make dinner, and then just after dinner, I'm gonna hop on.
Fair.
I'm a hot. It was so hot at the game. There was no shade. I'm like,
It is hot. Oh
Yeah.
gosh,
What game did you
no
go
shade.
to? Did you go baseball?
Sam subbed in for a softball team, like for someone who works. He was supposed to stay there for 2 games, but the team that he played on was so bad. The first game took so long. I was like, we're done. We brought the kids and everything. I was like, we can't do another game. I'm like, the kids were good, but it was so hot. And then we had to stop at Target on the way home. So
You home now?
yes, I'm home. What's that laugh?
Do you need me to screen record it for you, Ray?
Yeah, do you mind?
But Mel, share the wheel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta go get it. I wasn't prepared. I'm sorry.
Sorry, guys. I always make things complicated.
No, I just like both the newcasters are like, Mel.
Hey, wait. Not Rachel. Ray, do you want light wheel or dark wheel?
I did dark wheel, yeah.
Okay.
I like your shirt from what I can see.
Thanks. Grayson has no shoes on. Great.
That's
It's on there.
others.
It's so hot.
We ready?
I'm nervous because I have no extra spins.
1, 2, 3.
Is this being recorded? Somebody make sure it's recording for her.
Cassie's got it.
Oh, monsters.
She does not want monsters. That's what it
Monsters.
Could I do the second book of the series?
Yes.
Because there's Faye.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm fine then. I really like the
100%
first one.
yes.
Okay.
I was gonna say you just do Ice Planet Barbarians if you wanted to.
I didn't.
I
see
like
the
this
private,
way
so that's
better.
fine.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What'd you
and
read?
there's Faye in it. So
Yeah, no, you're good. And he's a very monstrous character. If I got it, I was gonna read that one.
yeah, I think I'm gonna do the second book in this Peter Pan retelling series.
Yeah.
So
It's very supernatural too. There's ghosts. And
there's Faye. Yeah, I
shadows
really
and-
liked the first one. It was really good.
I did
So,
too. I gave it 4 stars.
I haven't ran through Cowbile, but I could see it being a 4 stars, and I want to buy the book. So
It was good.
Oh, Mel, didn't you struggle in the beginning of it though?
No, I struggled with the lack of world building because it was so interesting world building. It made me mad that I didn't get enough of it. So I just wanted to be like double the length. But looking at the synopsis for the second book, I think we're gonna get more of it.
And I mean, it's super smutty, but like a plot line too. Like I'm intrigued, and the ending left at a cliffhanger. So
Yeah,
okay,
the world building, I needed more. It was very interesting, but it just was a romance, so it wasn't well explained.
I'm happy with it. All right, I'm gonna make dinner,
Okay.
and then I will be on. So
Okay.
I will see everyone.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
That's what you get when you live spin.
I know hers is scary. She couldn't even lie.
No, she can't.
And she got monster. That's what, the 3rd, 4th time in a row?
Third time in
Seriously.
a row.
Yeah. I didn't do the wheel last night. That was not my fault.
What? You're only doing that.
No.
Oh no, she got Faye. And then
She
Monster
did get Faye. She could have made either of those work.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she did Faye, and then she got Monster, and then she got Reverse Harem. Is what she read that one for.
Yep. Yeah, because I think she got Faye, Monster, Reverse Harem.
I've had a good, decent amount. I did Monster, Reverse Harem, Arranged Marriage, Forced Proximity, and Enemies to Lovers, and now Mafia.
I can't even remember at this point what all I've done. My
And
vlog will be like
respun twice, and both were because it landed on Faye.
I tried to read Faye. It didn't end well. And Bobby, I tried Midnight Fae Academy. That main character was the most annoying main character I've ever read. Her cousins were pixie dust. And then finally the dude was like, fuck, the word you're looking for.
Oh, wow.
I was like, oh, this is driving me crazy. And then Ash was like, yeah, it doesn't get any better. Then I'm not.
I mean,
gonna
I wonder if that would bother me because it's obviously a character choice.
It is, but her character, like, that's just one of the examples of how annoying that main character was.
Yeah, so she was just so annoying.
She was just acted like she was supposed to be, I think, 22, and she acted like a 13-year-old.
Ugh.
And I just couldn't do it.
Kelly's on a roll.
I
want rise spins.
From the one spin I got Monster.
Which was the Lizard Man.
Yeah.
Next time I'm gonna have live, just like one stream live, so that I can just spin for everyone. Just 72 hours of Caspi spinning for people.
Right.
I still want to do that idea for what is it? The thing I suggested for Fantasy Cave.
Yeah, no, Rachel texted me and said we could do 2 wheels and do soft fantasy or high fantasy.
Yeah.
I really want to do a fantasy one, but the problem with fantasy is you only read 1 or 2 books most of the time. Like, it's not like this where I'm getting 6 books in.
Yeah.
There is short fantasy. It's
not the ones I like.
We could do 1 wheel and you had to do like 3 spins and combine the 3 spins.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
So like a hardcover, a cover with that had blue on it, and revenge plot or something like that. You had to find a book that would match all 3 of them.
Yeah, like 3 wheels.
Yeah,
or just like 3 spins.
But then you could land on the same thing. I think you'd have to do multiple wheels, and one would be like tropes, one would be book cover.
Mm-hmm.
One would be like high, medium, or like the type of subgenre.
Or like audiobook, ebook.
Yeah.
Cover, soft cover.
The problem is for audiobook, ebook though, like whenever I get into readathon is like, I'm like, well, I have the audiobook, I'll just read it though. Like, I'm not as strict for myself. I know some people are really like, it has to be audiobook, but since I do everything mixed media pretty much.
Or then maybe we just do 2 wheels and you have like a physical descriptor of the book and a tropes one. And that way you still get to spin twice, but you only have to read like 1 book.
Oh God, I have to make 2 wheels to go on the wall.
Yeah, I also don't like the other one because like the media type, because it not be as accessible, because like maybe I can only get it as audiobook for free or something.
Agreed.
True.
Workshopping on live.
This happens so often. The wheels start spinning and they don't stop moving.
I need to go get an energy drink or something.
Hmm. 15 minutes. Oh
no,
short one.
Uh-huh.
We'll have to talk not long next time and just like go into like a sprint after. Oh, great. The wall of wheels. I'll just have 8 wheels on my wall.
Yeah.
Okay, see you all in 15 minutes.
Oh, I have another idea.
Are you texting it or are you going to say it? We lost a Bobby for a bit. Dang life.
Yeah, I might have to dip out in an hour and a half because D&D, unless that gets canceled. I have to go talk to my not real friends, but
Rude.
college friends.
We are so your real friends.
Yes,
Offended.
I can actually, I was like, I can meet you in real life one day. I can just drive to Nell's house pretty easily.
Take you about 10 hours, but you could do it.
Is a cat hollering?
I think we all converge on Cassidy because Canada seems nicer than here.
I don't know if anyone in Canada would agree with that, but
Have you been to Alabama?
You've been to Texas?
well, maybe not your part of the states, I guess.
Maybe we go to Rye's house because she doesn't have spiders and won't have to burn the house down.
There's
Or
less.
we could meet somewhere really nice. Like if we're gonna meet, we may as well just go somewhere.
That's true.
You can go to what's our version of Yelk?
I don't think we have one. We're not cool.
Well, technically we have Y'all Fest, which is the YA one, but that's
Yeah. It's boring.
yeah.
I don't want you. Can you please leave?
We could go to the beach here because Cassidy loves humidity, but Rachel might die.
I like the beach. I just don't like.
Because we have very different beaches than even you guys do, but very different than what Rye has. Ours are like the white sand, no rocks beaches.
Yeah, I used to live on the coast of South Carolina, so.
Mm-hmm.
I like beaches, but I don't like the ocean.
You don't have to get in the ocean. You just sit there and listen to the waves crash.
I know where a lake house is that we can.
Honestly, I'm not even a big beach person because I don't like sand. But I
was looking out for the humidity.
We can go find a lake house to live in.
We could do a lake house.
Good.
You could come here and we could go to a house in the mountains. You all would probably think it's beautiful. It is beautiful, but I just see it all the time.
Fair.
You can come to Houston. It's flat.
There's nothing in Houston, Rachel.
There's NASA.
There's rockets.
There is
we have rockets too, but
I meant the basketball team, but
no.
You can go to the Astros game.
The Astros are stupid.
Well, okay. They haven't. I was like, no, that was the Red Sox that beat the Braves.
I've watched very few Braves games this year.
I haven't watched it. I get the ESPN app that like updates me who won and lost.
I'll probably get into it a little more as the season goes and they stop sucking so much. But they always do this thing where they're less than 500 for the first half of the season. It's just boring.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the All-Star games.
Okay. We were supposed to get the home run derby, but the Atlanta, something happened and they pulled it and it made David so bad.
Gross. I'm kicking us into another sprint so we can read.
I need to go get a drink anyway.
So
yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Cassie, you're gonna be happy. I read 100 pages of Legacy of Ash. It's good. I'm enjoying it.
First 100 pages were good. It's what comes after that.
There's not a lot of plot happening. A lot about arguing about marriages.
Yes.
I'm chilling.
Very political.
I enjoy that. But I'm only 13% in.
13% is pretty good for a book that size, though.
Yeah.
I'm so jealous.
Kind of want to be reading that.
I'm going to talk very short because I still want to get another book in.
I do too. I'm just not sure if it's going to happen.
So I'm thinking of just sticking us into another sprint.
Yeah, that's good. I'm losing feeling in my arm again.
Oh no.
It's no good.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just a pinched nerve because it's radiating down into my wrist. So I need to do some exercises to. What's that face?
That sounds not good.
Don't sleep on your shoulder continuously.
I do have that happen because I do sleep on my shoulder sometimes.
Because this is the shoulder I sleep on, so now it's just like me.
Come cook me dinner.
I should also make dinner and also change my laundry over.
Do I?
Ugh, I didn't do any laundry. I've got to do that. I need to wash my hair. I need to do laundry. I don't know that I'm going to get another book in because. Yeah.
Do a spinning spin and add it if it's 15. Is it 15?
Here, Benny. Come here. It's too hot. It's too hot.
It was 15, so I added.
Okay.
Do you like my new name, by the way?
Wait, what is it? Hold on. I'm not on the screen. I'm not on the screen. Yes. Yes. Rachel's reading Legacy of Ash, which is not smutty. Mel's reading Into the Dark, which is dark and smutty. And I'm reading the third Brutal Birthright. I don't know the name of it.
Savage Lover?
Yeah. I don't really understand the name of it. The rest
Me
of them,
neither.
to me, this one doesn't. But
See, that was the point. Is he's supposed to be like wild, crazy, and savage? In this book, he's very demure.
yeah, I never felt like he was wild and savage. I just felt like he was like. I think I described in the vlog as like I find him dark because he's missing something. Like,
You can see that.
but she's the missing piece, which everyone saw coming. So
Right.
he's as dark as it goes on. But yeah, okay, we're gonna sprint.
I'm gonna go try to get feeling back in my arm.
You do that, please. Okay, see you in 15 minutes. Mickey did not like that timer. I just read Rye's private message. That's funny. Rye can't talk currently because it's loud.
I saw your private chat. That was funny. I was
Mel,
filming my last clip.
you finished your book?
I did finish my book.
Thoughts?
I'm giving it a 4-star. I liked that it went the dark. I appreciated that it went the dark. I found it to be believable enough. Like, it's a little unbelievable, obviously, but believable enough, very true to the characters. Unless you're just saying this is disgusting and why would anyone want to read this? I didn't find that many faults with it, so I'm giving it a 4-star.
Did you have thoughts on the really, really dark scene?
I don't know how to have thoughts on the dark scene. I was just like, oh, well, this makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I was like, it's hot for them.
Yeah, it made
Like,
perfect
I
sense for their characters.
Never. But like
Yeah,
the scene itself was hot because it worked for them.
It made perfect sense for them. So, and that's the thing is if people hate it because it's twisted, I get that, but it made perfect sense for the characters. Even though it was gross.
Just showing their conversation. I finished mine. I ended up giving it 3 stars. Like a higher 3 stars.
I'll take it.
I think that there's something that's gonna happen though that's gonna make me not give any more Sophie Lark in the series more than 3 stars.
Uh-oh.
Because it really bothered me too much, and I should just ignore it and not let it ruin my enjoyment because it's gonna be in everyone. Every single book, multiple times, she has to give you an in-depth rundown of the families.
I think she does it because she even like on KU it says like this is a standalone, so I think it's annoying for people who are reading the series, like
especially back to back to back.
People who are reading them as standalones, but like for the people that are reading them, it's so annoying.
Does it twice in this book though.
Ooh.
She does it at the beginning in Nero's POV, and then she does it at the end in Camille's POV. And I was like, why did we need it in Camille's? I would get it at the beginning, that's fine. She gives you a rundown of everything that's happened in the previous ones, though, and I don't like that. Like, if you're gonna make it a series or standalones,
okay, you can say hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I don't think it's needed to give you a rundown of what happened in every other book every single time.
No, I agree.
Regardless of whether it's a series or a standalone.
Yeah, agreed.
Shiloh, I'm glad you liked it. That was my same exact thing. So I still give it 5 stars, but definitely I used Compile and it was definitely the lowest a 5 could be. But my biggest thing is it wasn't long enough and I wanted more because it was really good because they're both like morally gray characters. Like they're both killers.
Ooh.
Assassins. So it was really good.
Oh, and then I also didn't like the paternity plotline. I didn't think it was necessary. You could have told me her dad had cancer and she needed money, and so she went to Nero, and I would have believed that. I didn't need the revenge portion.
Agreed.
What'd you end up giving it?
3.
3, you said?
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad though.
No, I'm liking it. I'm taking 3. 3's good.
I don't think last prompt book is going to fit at all, but we're gonna just ignore it.
I don't think it's gonna fit either, but we're ignoring it so that you can read it with me.
What are you guys reading?
Satan's Affair. I got Serial Killer. Finally.
Oh my god, the last one.
My table is so imbalanced that wherever you start is basically the vicinity it's gonna end in.
Of course. I got 13% in the dark one. So, and it's cool because it picks up right where the last one, the last one ends at the cliffhanger, and then the first line is like just like a foul, it's seamless, it's like almost it should have been one book.
I'm excited. I hope you love it.
It picks up really nicely. So
I had no interest in reading that because I don't like retellings, and now if both of you liked the Never King, I'm like, do I read it at some point?
I liked it. Like, I feel like
It is very retelling.
it is. The smut is good.
Was it a good reverse harem? I always want good reverse harems. Was there a pick me scene? Well, pick us scene. I hate the pick us scenes, and they're always in them where they're like, you have to pick us. It's all of us.
Yeah.
Us.
No, not
Yeah.
at all.
Not in the slightest.
I hate that scene so much, and it's in so many of them.
It was
slow
mute.
consent to it.
Muted, like,
Mute me if you don't want to hear anything until my finger goes down. It's very walk in on her screwing one of them when she's not supposed to be, and then revenge screw, and then, well, you might as well suck his cock now that you've sucked mine kind of thing. There's a lot of exhibitionist stuff.
I really liked it. It reads so fast. Like, I'm going to buy the books physically eventually.
Because I always want a good reverse harem. So maybe I'll attempt it.
It's done differently than any reverse harem that I've read before.
Solid.
Like, I would love
I
eventually.
haven't read that many.
I haven't read
would
that many
love
either.
some
Like,
spin-off series on this one. Because, like, the second one is not, like, I thought maybe it would be a spin-off, like, following one of the other Lost Boys, but it's literally just a continuation of the first book. And I don't know what the third one is, but there are some characters I would love some, like, side stories.
did I say what I was reading in the end?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can remember if I just said I got serial killer if I said the title.
I think you're going to feel the same way about Never King that I did, is that the fantasy stuff was not done well.
That's
Oh,
the
no.
I hate vehicle stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you read most of it, count it.
This is not a competition.
Yeah, there's no. I mean, I picked one for myself that's only. It told me it will take me about 2 hours, so it might go longer. Now it's telling me 2 hours and 15 minutes, but I left it open.
I won't finish mine by 9 o'clock because it's gonna be right at, like, bed. Like, I'm gonna start having to do bedtime soon. So
Just count it. I'm excited though because if I finish this, it's 7 books in 72 hours, and that sounds really good.
It does sound really good.
Mel, you're at 7 too, right?
I'm at 1 DNF. This will be my 4th one, so 5.
Mm-hmm.
I'm counting my DNF because it was like 200 pages.
Yeah, I read 50% of my DNF.
Yeah.
I got a good chunk of it. So.
If I'd only read, like, I'm not counting the Midnight Fae Academy because I read, what, 10 pages of that?
Yeah. You didn't read enough to give it an accurate, like,
Mm-mm.
No.
review-ish thing.
She sounds very happy.
I know. So I was like, when he's still going, but I'm like, I don't want to move her inside because she's so content right now. Like, I can sit here and, like, read because she's, like, invested in watching the lawnmower.
Love it.
I can't hear the lawnmower.
Where he's weed whacking now. Hold on.
I can't hear him.
Yeah, you could leave it. I think it's probably fine.
That's awesome.
Honestly, I was hoping for 3 and I was happy with 2, but then I did literally nothing besides read. I did have no life for the last 72 hours. Like, my parents need me to go get food. So my last clip of the vlog might be me, like, walking outside being like,
I wish I'd had somebody go get me food.
You say no. Yes. She now can go. She goes no, and I'm like, oh, the sass already. Yeah, yeah. Will you tell me no? Yeah.
She doesn't get that from you, does she, Rai?
No.
not you.
As a matter of fact, I'd probably believe you if you said no, that it's Sam.
Kelly, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Kelly,
Killed
you're
it.
the best
And
experience.
Kelly, you've done so well. Like
Mhm.
you'll soon be able to go to I cannot wait for you to read the last one because that just is so good. And then you can move on to Ivan, which was really good. So
I just hope
do-
that I have dress pants for tomorrow because I'm not going to do laundry.
I do enjoy what she's doing with Sebastian, but I kind of wish she did it better with all the other characters too.
she's like, I read this thing too where she's like, I saved so much for Sebastian. Like she's like, I made sure that he ended like, I mean, right off the bat, it's like you're like, whoa, like rather than the first chapter too. And that's why I liked about Ivan. It was like in the first chapter, she's already like, this isn't a spoiler because it's literally the first couple pages, and it's like she's already on a job to assassinate someone. Like there's no like
Mhm.
going around it. Like she's, and that's a kidnapping trope too, which is cool.
We all know me and kidnapping, except for in the second brutal birthright.
Yeah.
I think I should now describe the second brutal birthright as a hostage scenario, not a kidnapping scenario. Although they're very the same thing, but kidnapping makes me want to go a lot darker. Hostage makes me just think,
No, I agree.
get locked in this room.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that.
Me too.
I'm so excited to leave this fucking tent. Like, no one has. I realized I probably need to get ready tonight and take a picture for my thumbnail because I didn't do that the first day.
Me either. I got to do that too.
Or I'm just gonna accept the grossness that I am and do one that way. But
I'll probably use a picture from
ready
me
to,
I've
like,
taken in the past
yank it.
because
I
I've
want you to film the destruction.
Hopefully, yeah.
I have not even started editing this vlog, and I'm dreading it because I just don't
I
want to.
have, thankfully.
I have been editing it, but I'm not caught up at all. So tonight it's gonna be like edit so that I can get it out for my Patreons, so that top tier can watch it tonight if they want. But most of them
I definitely won't because I've got a grade essay. I got a grade work for tomorrow.
I'll probably put mine up tomorrow.
mine's gonna go.
Well, I don't know. It's going to depend on when I can get the thumbnail done.
I'm gonna try for Tuesday, hypothetically. I don't know what's gonna happen. Wednesday, the latest.
I haven't posted a video in like 4 days, so mine has to go up tomorrow because I said screw everything else. Smut Den is life.
I haven't filmed all this weekend on anything else. I'm like,
Yeah, the
great.
YouTube algorithm's about to get real mad at you.
Besides peeing and like to walk upstairs to get like a drink or something or food, I have literally been inside it.
And so you slept in there too, right?
That's awesome.
That is commitment, guys.
I need to read Smut Den. And I was like, I'm not reading another smut book after this for a really long time. But then I realized I put Dark on the whatever-a-thon board. So I do have to read one next month. But
I'm reading the fourth Brutal Birthright, I think. If Ryle let me get away with it, because it's supposed to be on my TBR this month.
That's fine. I cannot wait to pick up Kingdom of Copper tomorrow.
I have to finish freaking Splinter King, so I'm not nearly as excited.
I need to start Splinter King. I might do if I like this one, I'm gonna do Haunting Adeline. Although if I don't like it, I'm probably going to because I was reading a couple reviews and they said they're very different.
Haunting Adeline's supposed to be really good.
I've heard really good things about that one.
This one's gonna be really dark, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Possibly even darker than what we just read, and I didn't know if that was really possible in book form.
the first line I sent to Val, I was like, how do you read? It's like 1 stab, a grunt punctuates my next word. 2 stab, another grunt. Freddy's coming for you. And I was like, I'm in.
We're good. It's like Halloween almost.
Because it's a Halloween circus show that goes around.
I'm just interested to see how this turns into a romance, considering it sounds like she's just running around with a knife going.
Yay! Rye loves this one, so she'll be excited.
Yay! It's so good, and it's really smutty for a traditionally published book. I know.
Okay.
Grayson was yelling, so she's excited to yell right next to me.
40 minutes.
It's kids. It's fine.
Yeah,
How
we
long?
don't-
40.
Okay, perfect. I should be
Sometimes
back
I
by
have to
then,
shower.
but if not, I might still be getting baths.
Just leave your camera on or off.
I'll be at some point.
Sounds
You
good.
can leave it on too. It's fine. We can
Yeah,
watch the birds.
You guys know how I roll out these days. Chaos.
No.
I know. This book is twisty.
It's so creepy. It's so creepy.
Her dad.
Yeah.
That is not a church. You said, are you religious? That is not a church. That is a cult.
Yeah, but he's doing it in the name of his church.
Yeah, but that's all a cult is.
Like, so it talks badly about that.
Hair's gonna start
It's so
curling.
creepy. Like, she just says the word. She says, "Oh, well, I'm just gonna sit crisscross applesauce."
Yeah,
And it's like the childhood tone. Ugh.
yeah. She creepy. She creepy. Definitely not an enemies to lovers romance, but
It is a reverse harem, though.
it is.
So, yeah.
I'm just picturing creepy clowns running around going,
Literally. They're dolls, technically not clowns, but same thing.
same thing.
Yeah, she is.
The vibe is there.
Ooh, are you liking it, Sally?
I hope you like it.
Yes,
They're all different.
they're all different, but
And there's a lot of them.
barn scene.
I'm not to that one, so I don't know what you're talking about. We need a rye.
I'm confused how you got an ad, truthfully. Unless you came back in.
Yeah, if you left and come back.
'Cause
That means
otherwise-
you're not limited, which is good.
I haven't been limited at all, which I don't know how.
So how mine keep going limited? Rude.
I did find there was a stage where all mine were going limited, and I think maybe it's not now because I have my like official rating from YouTube.
I don't yet. I don't think.
I like just recently passed that. Where they're like, we trust
look.
what you're rating your
Mm-hmm.
videos as.
That makes sense.
I gave the first one 3 stars. It goes up from there.
The mind of.
Mind if. I'm glad you're getting into your book more. Anyone's not seen. Gross. I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. There was rope involved.
Interesting.
Honestly, I can tell that I'm like kind of done. Not kind of, very done with
Yeah.
romance because every time I do a smut scene, I'm like, they're all the same.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit burnout, but I expected that. I mean, anytime, even if I do like the summer weens or whatever, I always get burnout on thrillers by the end because when you read the same genre as someone who reads a lot of different genres for 7 or 8 books in a row, I tend to get a little burnout.
I don't typically burn out on fantasy, but I burn out when I do things more like this, where it's just like I'm having no break in between, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm literally doing nothing.
Right.
So I was expecting it. And it's
I
not
don't really
my
burn out on
favorite genre.
see, but I'll burn out on like horror thriller or romance or something like that. If I ever burn out on fantasy, I just need a brain break and I go watch an episode of TV instead or something.
Interesting.
Oh no. Did Nick run an ad again?
Honestly, who knows? He could have. I didn't run one. I see, like, I read a Male Mail, I read Reverse Harem, and like the one Reverse Harem is like the one character was bi and did a lot of like there was a lot of sex scenes with men. Like it's all the same. It's all the same sex.
Romances do tend to be formulaic.
Yeah. That's kind of what I mean, I guess. Like it's always oral. than penetration.
Creepy.
Oh, I want to get back into it. I'm so creeped out. Where are you? What page you on?
33, which is 17%.
Oh, I'm on
In the flashback part.
54. Ooh, the long flashback. That's when I texted you because I was like, I don't know if you're gonna like this. If you,
He's not God's disciple. He's Lucifer's little bitch. I love it.
she's
Honestly, I don't find this as talking bad about religion. Like it's a cult, and there are a lot of Christian-based cults, and that's not healthy in any way. So
No.
I'm just like, whatever.
I think it just talks about the extremes of religion.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
that's why it's talking bad about religion. It's talking bad about the extreme of religion. It's
Complete, yeah,
but
which is very
some-
true.
yeah, any kind of religion. And honestly,
Mhm.
anything in the world too extreme is terrible. But like,
Yeah, agreed.
the like Jewish, the Orthodox, oh nope, not good.
Agreed. No, it doesn't bother me at all.
Some
I
people,
find it fascinating.
yeah,
I find it fascinating that somebody can get that, like,
yeah,
can twist things that much. And the aspect of her dad, I think he's just a narcissist.
oh yeah, and then
But-
the fact that they can get people to follow them and do all of that is like,
No. It's crazy.
yeah, it's all fucked up. And she got daddy mommy issues, everything.
So many daddy mommy issues.
Yes, I do also like reading books about cults.
Mm-hmm.
But I know
Okay.
some people who literally can't read books that are anything like remotely good or bad about religion. It's just out for them.
That's fair. Again, that's one of those separating fiction from real life kind of things for me. It doesn't bother me a bit.
Any hole's a goal. Yeah. I disagree with this. It's all just like everything is formulaic, even in books in
Yeah.
general. And I actually think in general, like you can add other things to it, but like the idea, but like the basis of it is formulaic.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one in the one we just read, Mel, that was like very different, but at the same time, it's the same.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still, they follow the same cadence, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Fair.
I need to go dry my hair, but Ollie's being good, so I don't want to get up.
Love how often Ollie dictates. It's cute. I
Well,
can't say
just-
anything because this one is like,
I would say he's been so whiny today, wanting to go out, and I don't want him to go out. It's hot, and I don't have to go get him. And so if he's just sitting here quietly, I also want to go make some noodles, though. So
yeah, I had noodles for lunch. I'm the opposite.
didn't eat
And I
much of my
love realistic horror because it's creepy. Like, I don't get scared, ghosts, all of that. No, but like, give me a slasher film where someone can literally break into my house. I'll be sitting there all night, like,
That's, I think, the point, though, is realistic horror gets her a lot more than
Yeah.
paranormal does.
This one, the one in her bio is, but that's not what she's reading right now. But yes.
Oh, I need to fix that. I keep forgetting to change it because we've switched books so much this thing.
I forgot a couple times too. Ugh, it's looking so creepy.
Definitely not what I would call a romance, but I see why it was probably. Honestly, this is horror, not romance.
Yeah. I wonder if there will be romance.
This is straight horror right now.
Yeah.
Horror with sex.
Mm-hmm. Smutty horror needs to be a new genre.
We're reading Satan's Affair by H.D. Carlton. just the same author that wrote The Haunting Adeline.
A lot of people are like this.
Depends for me. Like, if it's sometimes ghost stuff can get me, but not vampire, werewolf. None of that's gonna.
I have a thing where like I do not believe in ghosts, but I would never touch a Ouija board because what if? I would believe by the fact that I do
I
not.
don't believe in ghosts,
But if they were real, I ain't trying to mess with them.
I don't think it's I don't think it's a prequel to anything.
It's not a prequel, but you do see the character in this one. It's like an Easter egg.
Okay. I didn't know that.
I saw a review on it, so that's how I knew that.
Gotcha. I'm really interested for Haunting Adeline and Her Soul to Take. And the only reason I didn't read either one of them for this was because they were so long. Haunting Adeline's like 650 pages or something. Long.
Same. And Haunting Adeline, I think, is going to be more romance than this, but we will see because, yeah, I knew that you see the character in this.
I know there's a graphic torture scene in Haunting Adeline. I think. I can see where somebody would think that.
My boyfriend is terrified of ghosts, and it's really funny because I'm not. Like, I literally don't believe in them, and sometimes he'll call me and he's like, there's a ghost in the house. And we'll have this whole long discussion. I'm like, I'll stay on the phone with you, but there's no ghost in your house.
I won't say I don't believe in ghosts, but I don't necessarily, like, it's going to have to be a creepy old building where crap has gone down somewhere, you know, kind of thing if I'm going to believe in it. My new build, no.
Yeah, one time he walked into his room and his backpack was unzipped and he swore he heard it unzip. And it was zipped up before or something. And I was like, you probably just forgot or someone went into it. Like, your mom.
Maybe he had a mouse.
And
ooh, a raccoon. They have opposable thumbs.
His raccoon opened his backpack and also stole his truck that one day.
Hey, it's possible. Have you ever seen the little videos where there will be dog food or cat food sitting on the porch and a raccoon will come up and just like basically take a big old handful and go running off with it?
Yes.
They're gross creatures, but they're so cute. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in Haunting Adeline. I may go ahead and do The Brutal Birthright this month and then read that next month.
I think I want to do Haunting Adeline next month.
I'll read it with you.
For beach readers. I think I'm trying to convince India to read There Are No Saints. She hasn't read it yet. She's only read
She should read it.
Mind F, I believe. Which, like, I'm surprised as a thriller lover. I'm like, yes, you need to read more.
Mm-hmm.
Because you'll
There's
like
a big like Mind F and There Are No Saints. I would recommend to the same person, but for different reasons entirely.
Agreed.
I'm finding hair everywhere. I'm shedding because my hair's wet. I hate the way my hair looks when it's wet.
Yeah, if you've read Haunting Adeline, you stumble across the scene where we first introduced to Zane.
To Zane. Keep that in mind.
I know, I was like, I need to think about that character's name.
I didn't realize H.G. Carlton had written so many different books. There's way more than just a couple.
I was on Kindle trying to figure out what to read, and I saw it, and I was like, the cover, I was like, what's this? This looks like dark romance, creepy circus. I clicked it. I was like, that sounds good. And then I went to Goodreads to like see the synopsis on there. And I was like, wait, Haunting Adeline, this is the same author. And then I went and looked at everything and I was like, there's so much stuff.
Ooh. They're so different.
Depends what you want. I gave There Are No Saints 5 stars, and I didn't give any of the Mind F 5 stars, but they're very different books.
If you're looking for more of a thriller and more like true crime, not true crime, but more like investigative kind of thing, go with the Mind F. But if you're wanting something with a little bit more romance plot, go with There Are No Saints, because the romance is very backseat to Mind F.
I like also think that Mind F has a more true to contemporary romance.
Yeah.
Ooh, has darker moments. Like I would say it's more of an obsession than a romance.
But it has more romance
Yes.
than
But it is a romance book where Mind F is more of a thriller.
it's more of like a
Maybe
revenge story.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
You can sit down for a minute. I'm like, bedtimes on Sundays are so difficult. Not difficult. They're just like both needed baths, both needed nails cut, both needed clothes packed for tomorrow, both needed backpack situated. And now I have to grade and try and read at the same time.
Zoe.
It's the worst.
I know.
Sunday scaries at their finest.
I hate it. But I did I have everything like lesson planned for tomorrow. It's like the English class I push. It won't be long to grade. They're like these blue packets, but I'm sitting at the
I'm
table.
probably not going to get to read in this one. I need to make dinner and dry my hair. But Cassidy and I have decided, right, that we're just going to go until 9 her time.
I'm going until I finish this book, but I have a feeling it's gonna go longer than 9 your time.
That's
I
fine.
need to
So
finish this one too.
We can sprint until you finish. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'll have to.
But I gotta go do proper things, like eat, which is gonna take me a minute.
I know that's what
Do not
I won't. I do want to finish my audiobook, which is not
I
part of
will.
this. But it is romance, but I didn't read it.
I'll
like-
eat and read, but I have to dry my hair, and I can't read and dry my hair.
Just let it air dry.
I can't not go to work tomorrow. My hair does not do well air drying. It's gonna turn into a weird wavy no. Sticks to my head, like gets in my way. I can't do it.
Side note: so tomorrow is next week. This week in school. It's Spirit Week, and tomorrow is where you're like dressed like a superhero or your favorite superhero, or wear like your favorite Disney or favorite movie characters. So I went to Target today, and I was like, got something. Then this is like the best '90s shirt. I got this shirt instead. How awesome! It's like Monsters Inc. Bugs Life. I'm like, this is my childhood, and I'm rocking this to work tomorrow, and I cannot wait.
I love it. I love it.
Bugs Life is
Kids
like
are gonna be like, what?
Bugs Life is my favorite Pixar movie, and it's so underrated. So when I saw a shirt with them on it, I was like, yes.
Okay, we're going to, I think, do a 40-minute sprint. Come back, talk for very little, and then do another sprint to technically get us past to like 7. Yeah, the end.
Okay.
And then we'll do like.
And then we'll just ignore all the rules and keep reading.
after. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
Hi, friends.
Hey.
I'm going um, how'd everyone do?
I did my grading, but I'm tired. Like I am. It's been a long weekend.
Yeah. It,
Busy.
That's what
You
it
have-
is. So I'm like tired.
Did D&D got feeling back in my arm and shoved my face with dinner.
Love that.
Nice.
sounds good to me.
Mel, how's the book going?
I'm at 49%.
Oh, you are catching up.
Ooh.
It's because I'm skipping all of the erotica scenes. I do not care.
Yeah, I'm at 55. I've been skipping. Well, I went and ate food, but
Yeah.
it's not what I wanted.
No,
At all.
it's horror erotica. I completely agree with too much erotica to make me really want to read it.
Mhm.
It's
I like
just
the horror element, but
a blatant orgy.
erotica is just not for me.
Mm-mm. It's too much, and I don't mind sex scenes. It's just too much.
I just remembered a book that could do really well with a lot of tropes, but I don't know if there is a sex scene that it's not Faith Black. Fledgling by Octavia Butler. It's not really a romance, but it's main character is a vampire. There is an age gap. What do you call a bisexual harem with a female lead?
I don't know.
An orgy.
An orgy.
Well, it's because she it's weird. It's darker.
I think I would probably still call it a reverse harem because I think it has to do with the person in charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the focal point of the affair.
Still a reverse harem, technically.
And she's a vampire, so monster. Supernatural.
I'm so scared now, though. Who is reading?
Well, I've heard
Does it have a
Haunting
plot?
Adeline. Yeah, look up a couple of comments from that where they say they're 30% through Haunting Adeline. Where'd it go? I lost the comment. But somebody, I think it was Jennifer, said that she was 30% of the way through Haunting Adeline and it had a torture scene and good plot. It's 600 pages. Surely there's a plot somewhere.
There's gotta be.
Enjoyed this if there was like I want to say like a romance that was like part of it, or like something to make me grab onto.
Yeah.
To be like, okay, I can see how this is gonna like progress. Right now, I think we're just gonna get orgies and past trauma and murdering.
The past trauma stuff is interesting. It almost would have been cool if she had had one of the henchmen that she was trying to like bring into the fold and they were a little bit reluctant. That kind of thing would have been cool.
Yeah, something.
Something else.
Like finds a new henchman or something.
Or one particular person that she's going after. It's just very repetitive.
I'm like, what do you call this? You're like horror. I'm like, horror erotica, you haven't got into the orgy yet.
It was definitely an orgy.
Butt stuff, double penetration.
Definitely an orgy.
Blow job all at once. It was
a lot.
Wow.
A lot less skimmed.
A lot. I was like, okay. I'm not sure about this one.
Well, sex scenes, you need to like put them sparingly because they get boring after a while.
Agreed. I said earlier I was reading too many. At this point, the last 2 books I read today, I'm skipping most of the sex scenes because I'm just tired of them.
Well, that's why I'm
really curious if the Haunting Adeline is, because the writing style doesn't bother me. The writing style is good, and if there's a plot, we'll be fine. Because she goes there, so it could be really interesting.
Yeah.
But it is a lot.
The murder scene, how he actually dies, I was like, oh.
If you watched, my camera was on, and I went.
Yeah, my camera was on. Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, she went there. She went there.
It's in the private chat if you two want to know how he died.
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh, that's okay.
Mm. Mm.
No.
It's just that you want a little extra.
Mm.
Yeah, it was
That's disgusting.
horror erotica.
Why did I cook that? I just ate a lot of pasta.
I also ate. Yeah. It's so sad. It sounded so good. It's not what it's sold as too. I was expecting her to own the circus, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to see if I can figure out.
This is good. This is good.
It's quality over quantity.
There's
Okay.
is there like an actual romance in that one? Because I don't think we're getting a romance. Although something just happened that I'm like, maybe.
I'm just curious as to how this is going to play into Haunting Adeline. There's nothing about this that seems like it would play in at all at this point.
Not a prequel. It is literally just an Easter egg.
But everything you read, like every question on Goodreads, is that you need to read this one first. And I'm like, why do you
Really?
need
See, I've
to
never
read
heard
this
of that before.
I hadn't either.
I find people love those things though. Because I think that they talk about it, like they reference it in Haunting Adeline. So I find people just switch to that. Most of the time,
I'm scared now.
To read.
I'm scared for Haunting Adeline now.
Because I haven't seen anyone on YouTube ever say I have to read it. So
no, I haven't either.
Sally, just go till 9 my time. Sounds like that's what we're doing at this point.
Yep.
There's no competition. It's fine.
Oh God. I hope not. I was really just hoping it was a random Easter egg.
So Jennifer, you're liking Haunting Adeline. It has plot and stuff that I'm going to be interested in.
Okay, we need to go. It'll be a short one, folks.
"24 minutes? What?
Even though we're going until.
Did I miss something while I was...
That's when the readathon technically ends.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just enough time to change my washing over.
And then we'll keep going. But that's when the readathon technically ends. Oh. Uh-oh. Wait, what is this?
This isn't the same book.
Okay.
No. I don't remember what Jessica's reading.
Me either.
I don't think she said because she finished her book.
Okay, well, we're going to sprint. See you in 24 minutes.
Hello.
Hello. It's officially the end.
Yeah.
Officially.
Okay, go back to fantasy now.
Yes.
I mean, I have been back to fantasy for a while. Shh.
I still have 20 minutes left in this book. But thanks
35.
everyone for joining. We're still gonna sprint, but like, thanks for joining the readathon.
It's over. I hope you guys had fun. We had fun.
I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Yeah. Would you want to see another one at some point in the future? Or are you tired of us?
Well, I'm having new friends by then.
Right, we can stay friends.
Oh, thanks.
We'll ignore Cassidy.
It's fine. We can just sprint without everyone. We'll just sprint.
Sprint separately.
Kelly, which one are you on? 5, Kelly?
That would be sad, Cass.
Yes, Kelly's on 5.
That's awesome.
I was going to say just sprint in the backstage.
Not getting rid of me that easily.
I was not getting rid of you. I was getting rid of the chat.
I think I understand why it's so much erotica.
Why?
The erotica tones down a little in the second half. I like the second half better.
I think I understand it though.
Well, I'm not to 81% yet.
I think you'll get it.
Okay.
I think I have an idea. I'm guessing here.
Okay.
I still didn't love it, and I wish that we hadn't. That even like the second kill wasn't necessary to me. I had already got how crazy she was from like the very first kill.
Mm-hmm.
I would wish there had been more plot, but
Agreed.
Is that what we're finding from these novels? We want more plot.
yes, Cassie always wants more plot. I should not be reading romance is really what I know, but yet here I am because I always want more plot.
I'm hoping that means Haunting Adeline will have more plot.
It's got if it's 600 pages.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like.
I think you would like Planet Ice Planet Barbarians 3 Casualty. There's like plot stuff.
I should continue it at some point.
Same.
Also, she's obsessed with his tail. Nothing happens with the tail, but she's obsessed with the
Tail
tail.
became the brand.
The tail has become the brand.
You just need a hoodie with a tail on it.
It's neat.
I love that.
Yeah. I love that you still in the Smut Den.
I love
Join
it.
and everything.
I'm going to link us. Hold on. The form for us.
I haven't filled the form. I haven't filled out the form for anything yet.
Mel finally got a unique name.
Yeah. It's fine. I didn't think we needed a unique name.
You
I'm like,
don't. I should have put unique name, but then you always get messages saying like, "What's a unique name?" And we really don't need one. But if you have one, it organizes it so that you can see all of yours and you can see like who did the best.
So, like, if I did it, it wouldn't be Rachel, it would be Argent Rape.
Yeah, it's the better way to submit it. Like, I put covers with Cassidy whenever I submitted to anything.
That's how I do for any of my stuff.
Yeah, I always just do Argent or Argent Rape because no one else has. Who would have that name?
I remember the first time I saw Rachel comment on something.
You're gonna hear us for a second. Oh, nope, I got mad.
You want it?
I'm going to put in my message, yeah.
Yeah, were you? I think you were like, well, who is this person?
It was in G's Patreon sprints.
That's a while ago.
Mm-hmm. Just because, like, when you're in, especially when you're in Patreon sprints, you see the same names over and over and over again. So when there's a new one, it's noticeable.
Also, would you want? What is this?
Porn or plot? What plot or porn without plot?
Yeah, porn without plot.
It's a
Would you want one that's not smut? I know we kind of talked about this earlier, doing other genres.
I like other genres. I would want other genres. But I read more fantasy than smut, so probably not the right demographic at the moment.
I read.
Lots of these people read it. Lots of us read it. A lot of things.
I read historical mystery and fantasy, so I'm not the.
A spooky one would be fun, but I find there's a lot of spooky ones.
It's like Spring-a-ween or whatever.
Yeah.
There's a lot of small spooky readathons. They do them a lot.
Fantasy is
most fantasy though are week or month long.
That's the
so
thing.
It would be cool to do a weekend one.
I agree.
Fantasy, you're only going to get a couple, but I kind of liked our idea that we talked about earlier, Mel.
Because that still allows you to have uniqueness to it while only reading 1 or 2 books.
Ranch kink. Do you mean like on a ranch or eating ranch?
On a ranch, because eating ranch sounds gross.
I don't mind ranch. I used to hate ranch, but I don't mind it now.
I like ranch. I mean, I'm not supposed to have it, but I enjoy it.
David won't touch it.
I like it, but I'm not supposed to eat it right now, so I'm also I'm on a ranch. I've been listening to a Green Rider series, and I'm just like, I want to go horseback riding and be a king's messenger now.
There you go.
I don't know. It just sounds so fun, riding a horse across the country and having cool powers. Admittedly, a lot of people want to kill you, but
maybe a little.
You get to wear a green greatcoat and have a sword.
There you go.
There's a bunch of those though. I feel like if we were gonna do a horror thriller, I would almost want it to be like a random month.
December.
So many horror thriller ones in October.
Agree.
I'd almost want it to be in like, I don't know, whatever month, spring,
like February,
or because the winter ween and camp weekend ween, I don't want to conflict with any of that stuff.
My boyfriend sucks.
Sucks.
He sends me a Snapchat of him sitting in a hospital, and I'm like, "Are you okay? Why are you in a hospital?" And he takes forever to fucking reply. He's fine. He's got something in his eye. Thinks it's maybe a piece of metal, and he has to go in. But like,
oh no, that's the worst.
Just send someone a picture that they're in the hospital and doesn't explain.
And not explain it.
It's like when your parents are like, text you, "We need to talk." Like,
yeah.
Ask
him if he's going to be radioactive, because they usually put that little dye stuff in and can take the black light to like see scratches and stuff.
Oh yeah,
it's going to turn him into an alien.
I saw a picture of that on Reddit, and it's spooky because it was all
creepy looking. It's like a black light. I don't do eyeballs.
I have something called protective shield called glasses.
Yeah. I mean, I can stick my fingers in my own eyeballs, but I don't want to do anything involving other people's eyeballs. And nobody come at my eyeballs. Stay away.
Well, that's why I like taking out, like, if I have a splinter in my hand, I like taking it out myself, because I know what pain I can endure, and everyone that tries to take it out.
Splinter trick. If you have a syringe, like you would give medicine to a cat or something, a little syringe, put it over where the splinter is, and pull back the plunger, and the suction will take out the splinter.
That is so smart.
Ooh, I
didn't think it worked, and I did it on my dad one day. Now, if it's a splinter that's like completely sideways, it doesn't work as well. But if it's one of the up and down ones that's under the skin, it works.
I stepped on some glass, and then I couldn't get it out for a day, so I just put tape over it because
I stepped in glass and had it like heal over.
Yeah,
I had serious issues, and I had to go see a foot doctor when I was younger to get it.
I had to buy the pointy tweezers.
Yuck.
But it was it was painful. It did heal over because I just taped my foot because I didn't have a bandage or anything. So,
oh jeez.
I just took packing tape and wrapped it around my foot so it didn't. It worked.
believe you.
It wasn't like an open wound or anything. I just didn't want to get anything in there.
I would want the glass out, but that's just me.
Well, it also works for the glass. If the packing tape also is sticky enough, it might have pulled it out.
Maybe. The tea kept walking on it.
Yeah. The issue was I couldn't get it out at the time because I only had really crap tweezers and I didn't want to cut into my foot.
This Nick's house is falling apart.
Oh,
Nick's at the hospital at something in his eye, and I was like, "Does it hurt?" And he's like, "I can't even tell if it's in there or not anymore. I'm just like gonna get it checked at." But then
Probably a good
apparently
idea.
they're installing a new gate at their farm because their other one was cut through. Apparently the gate fell on his leg and it's like really swollen, but he's still walking on it and refused to go to the hospital, his dad. And I'm like, what the frick is wrong with people?
He's at the hospital already.
Like, Nick's at the hospital. His dad
That's bad.
too.
Oh.
But like he's walking around and still doing things. Like at least take it easy. He's like, it's like double the size of his other leg. I'm like, what is
Oh
wrong
my
with you?
gosh.
Go to the hospital.
That could be something serious.
Yeah,
We,
probably.
used to have like medi centers that you could just walk into so that the emergency rooms weren't
Mm-hmm.
so full since we have free healthcare. They did. And because of COVID, they all stopped accepting walk-ins. So now they're
Really?
walk-in only, which
So now
kind of
everybody goes to the ER.
defeats the purpose because
Right.
you have to make an appointment for 2 days later. So now everyone goes to the ER, and now the ER lines are backed up again.
Mm.
Gotcha.
We have something called urgent care, which is kind of similar.
Mm-hmm.
It's I don't want to go to the ER, but I need to be seen by somebody.
Unfortunately, plenty of people still go to the ER for no reason.
Yep.
The only reason I would probably go to the ER if it was heart things or I was bleeding out.
Yeah, his dad hates going to the hospital. We have free healthcare.
I mean,
it's not like we don't have to do this. You don't have to worry about this. Like you go to the hospital, you get checked, you're fine. You might have to pay for some pain meds, and if you have, it'll be like $5. So it's not like he has really an excuse.
He's blessed. He needs to go, but he's not going to.
Like I get why people don't go in the States. There's no reason to not go.
Yeah. I'm putting this in my spreadsheet as horror, I think.
Yeah, I might do it too because then it can be a different color because there's gonna be a solid block in my genre blanket.
Yeah. Well, I did the little slice of hell as fantasy romance too, as well as Never Kings. There'll be a little bit of a break, but
I only have romance as one genre, so
it feels weird with my light color and my like romance book club being the same color as Into the
like-
Dark.
Yeah.
A little strange. Very different books.
yeah.
I think I'm gonna hop off, guys. I am so tired.
Good night, Rye.
Since like yeah, and then Grayson, of course, woke up at 6 after going to bed at 3 in the morning.
Ugh.
And so I did get sleep afterwards, like Sam got up and stuff, but
Yeah,
I probably slept a total of 3 hours from 3 till 6, and then I was up for a couple hours.
Yeah, go to bed. We do need to decide when a couple of days we're doing Book of Cold Cases, though.
Yeah, just message me. I'll figure it
I
out.
can't do Wednesday or Thursday, but I can do Monday, Tuesday, Friday.
Friday's gonna hit Bookopolis, so we might want to do it tomorrow and Tuesday.
Okay.
Thanks for everyone that participated. I had so much fun, and yes,
bed, right?
it's been a busy weekend.
Go bed, right?
Good night.
Good night.
I mean, there's sarcasm in here, but a lot of people do. But no, it's great. It's great.
Yeah. But here we are. 'Cause I'm not getting a new color. What are you doing? You
Oh, I
weirdo?
also could put it as erotica and use the sci-fi color. Technically, it's sci-fi and other.
Oh.
So I
I'm
had
just
an
gonna
other
put mine
color
as horror.
for literally just that genre, just that idea.
You're a weirdo, dog.
I'm not ready to read this. The last 20 minutes. I don't even know what to rate this. I feel like it's a book that I should just leave not rated.
I think I may not rate it, honestly.
Like,
Like, how do you give it good stars? But I didn't hate it, so I don't want to give it 1 star. But like, how do you give it good stars?
like I want to give it like if I had to rate it, I'd probably give it 2 stars. But like I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. I shouldn't have read it.
This is why you need a positive and a negative scale, where it's the positive means it's objectively good, and the negative means it's objectively bad, but it's fun.
Can I have a star that's Cassidy's fault? It's just that's my star rating, Cassidy's fault.
Fair. I didn't rate one book last year too because I hated it, but I was like, I don't know anything that happened because I think I zoned out after the first 20 minutes because I hated it so much, but it was only 2 hours long. So I was like,
Been there.
Yeah, I rate those books like 3 because I'm like, I didn't give this book a fair enough shot because I was just like,
I think I'm just not gonna rate it.
That horror novella, what the fuck is it called? Everyone hated it that I've seen.
Oh, yes.
Is it the one with
Nothing But Black and Teeth.
Hated it.
I zoned out and I was like, from what I got, I literally hated this book, but like I zoned out and I can't tell you a single thing that really happened. So I'm not gonna rate it, but I didn't like it.
Yeah. I rarely ever give anything 1 star. I think that one was like a 1.5 that got rounded up, but I did not. That was terrible.
Give eggplants instead of stars. Okay, let's do a sprint.
Okay. I need at least 35 minutes to finish and then I'm done.
Well,
15 minutes. You're muted now.
I'm expecting a 15 or a 55.
I can't.
35 minutes.
For real? One wheel likes me at least.
You want to know why? It's because the way it's on, I find there's one position on it that really weights towards Faye and serial killer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's when it's like perfectly on the thing. Normally when I do my things, I like press on it a little bit, but whenever it goes and then goes back, I know it's landing on serial killer.
I feel like we need a destruction at the end of the vlog where you just time lapse you ripping everything.
Sit in here and like bring it all down on me, just like rip it down.
Then it's like the sin bin, or not the sin bin, the smut den killed me.
I was suffocated by the smut. Oh, okay. See you in 35.
Hello.
Hi. I don't think there's enough room on this thumbnail for 7 covers.
Yeah, I'm gonna try on mine, but I don't know if I'm gonna. I have an idea of the way that I want to take the thumbnail, and I'm hoping it'll leave enough blank space for 7 covers.
Yeah, I got lazy and I said I didn't want to get ready, so I went and looked, and Cassidy was good enough to smile at one point and kind of pause. So
Love it. Love it.
It's pretty good. I'm thinking I'm going to title it "Reading Dark Romance for 72 Hours."
Put the just put like 3 or 4 covers of the things that you think are going to be the most interesting,
I
and leave out
figured
the others.
I'll put the second or third Boodle Birthright because the first one's on there.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, for sure.
I was trying to figure out like 7 dark romance in 72 hours, but it didn't look right. And then I was like, do I do? Because I'll put Smut Den like in the title then, but I was like, I could do Smut Den on the thumbnail, not in the title. But
It's fine. It'll work out.
I'm overthinking it. Also, in a turn of events, I really, really enjoyed that book.
I did too. We were like, hate this, it's stupid. Why is it doing this? And then flash 30 minutes further, and we're like, ooh.
The ending makes it all worth it. Like it's
The ending
still
made it so worth it.
a high 3 stars, but like, yeah.
Yep.
I was reading reviews, and so many reviews were like, I DNF'd it, and I get why they DNF'd it, but I'm like, I wish you had continued.
Yep. It was psychological horror.
Uh-huh.
It was not romance.
No. It's
But that makes me so excited for Haunting Adeline. Because it's 600 pages of psychological horror, and I'm like,
yeah.
I don't know what that says about me.
I loved that ending. What the hell happened in that ending? I got there early, and I texted Mel, and I said, I think I like this book. And she's like, well, I didn't hate it. And then all of a sudden she texted me, she's like, yeah, I liked it too.
There was a distinct point where it was like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
It was about 78% of the way through, I feel like. It was like, oh, wait.
I cannot contribute to this conversation.
So good. It would not be your kind of book, Rachel, but...
No.
No. Rachel, you'd hate it.
Okay.
I kind of want Bobby to read it.
Bobby, I think, will like it.
I think Bobby will like it. If she'll push through, I think she'll like it.
Bobby likes erotica more than both of us, too, so I think she'll get there.
That's true. I'm going to text her and be like, excuse me, ma'am. Drop everything and read this.
Please send it in the mod chat.
Yeah, I am.
So I can push it on her, too. That was the last sprint, in case anyone...
I didn't even know that.
I need to go into an editing hole so I can get this up for Patrons tonight and then have it up for everyone tomorrow. So...
Ambitious much?
I have half of it edited. I just have to edit like today's clips, really.
Mine's edited. I just need the...
I've been editing as I go.
I gotta go outside and video if it's not too cloudy. There's a solar eclipse tonight.
I thought it was lunar eclipse.
Yeah, lunar eclipse. It's at 10:30. 10:30 to like 11:50 or something like that.
I'll be in.
I wanted to go look at it.
I realized I was ready. I was like, well, oh god. I zoomed in. Hey, don't lick my sweater. What did I just do?
Did you do the thing that Becca does when it like zooms?
Yeah, I did.
Whoops.
Okay, I will. Hold on. I'll be back.
Oh.
She said she'd be back.
Yep.
86% of dragons midlife soulmate. Interesting. Well, you don't have to skip the sex scenes, Jessica, unless you just want to skip the sex scenes. 40% of the roommate managed to squeeze in one more book. It was weird. 49% interested, 51% hating it. That is a mood. That is a mood.
Mm-hmm.
Binge.
I just binged them all.
I feel like everybody that's read those lately has read them within like a couple days.
Mm-hmm. I also thought about that. It could have been some of my issue for the last one is I waited a good week before I read half of the last one, and then life got in the way.
You gotta binge them. Especially, like I would say you at least want to binge the first 3, and then you could take a little break and binge the last 2, but
even
because if you
still,
only
end on the biggest hangover, the biggest cliffhangers. All of the third one ends on a huge cliffhanger.
it does.
That was the one where I felt like I had to pick up the next one right away. That was the only one I literally felt like I can't stop.
That's what I meant. Those, if you will get through, because the first one's okay, the second one's pretty good, but if you can get into the third one, you're not going to want to stop.
I realized I was like, oh, I'll sleep in tomorrow, but I have breakfast with a client tomorrow.
Oh no.
It's not an early breakfast, but it's in St. Albert, which is 40 minutes away. So.
And you have to get client face on.
No.
Okay.
I went to high school with her. I
No,
don't know
you're-
that much. Honestly, I don't wear makeup or anything to weddings either because I just sweat through them and while taking pictures. So I just like look presentable. Like I'll do my hair and like dress nicer, but like
Yeah.
you can't blame me for not.
You're not the one in front of the camera, so who cares?
Like I will sneakers. I tell all of my clients, I was like, I will dress however you want me to. If you need me in a dress, I'll dress in a dress, but I will be wearing sneakers. Like I am working.
Yeah.
Well, you're invisible. You're not being seen.
I've never been forced to wear anything. Most people are like, wear whatever. We don't care if you show up like in comfy clothes. I wear typically like jumpsuits because they're tend to be nice looking, but still comfy.
Breathable. Yeah.
And I
So
can
you
get
have-
t-shirt ones where my shoulders burn like crazy in the summer because I'm a ginger.
Yes, mine too.
So
That's the worst thing about the difference between me and David is he's legit a quarter Italian, possibly even a little more than a quarter Italian. So he steps outside and turns a nice mahogany color unless he burns his butt. He can burn his butt. But I step outside and my Irish goes like the color of this Kit Kat. And so he doesn't ever think to wear sunscreen or remind me to wear sunscreen. And I got sun poisoning in San Francisco because it was 60 degrees and I didn't think about putting on sunscreen.
yeah,
And he's over here like, oh, fun. What are you complaining about?
Nick tans like crazy too. Like I don't. But now since he's started dating me, he's like, I used to just like tan all summer, and now you always put sunscreen on. And I'm like, oh, I should do that. I was like, sunscreen's good for you.
Melanoma.
Skin is not. Tanning is not good for you. I'm trying to save your life here, being like, you should put it on.
It's not. Tanning's terrible for you.
I religiously put sunscreen on like every 40 minutes, or else I will burn.
Yeah. I have to do it every hour and a half.
Lifeguard. That
Yeah.
I had the worst tan lines ever, and I had to wear like a hat. So, and I had glasses, so I had a tan line right here.
Oh.
And I also had to wear a shirt and pants. So my pants went to my knees.
Ugh, that sounds hot.
Well, there's trunks.
Oh, okay.
And like a t-shirt.
What are you reading again?
Jessica, what are you reading? I'm trying to scroll up, but I don't remember.
I can't find it. I need you to tell us what you're reading, Jessica. I was listening, Rachel. I got sidetracked.
Yeah,
by the
sorry.
people.
Keep going.
Oh, yeah. And so I was saying I had the worst sun, like from basically arm tan, knees down tan.
Farmer tan.
Yeah.
It is the farmer tan.
I was wonder when people tan, like I was like, what it feels like to them. Because like I always tell Nick, I'm like, it feels like I'm burning alive when I'm in the sun for too long. Like does it feel differently? Because this is not enjoyable.
No, people just ignore it.
Nah, it doesn't feel that different, but because I was covered in sunscreen anyways, but I was spending 10 hours working.
And next to water.
Yeah.
Also, yes, I have seen these. I don't get these clients, thankfully.
Crazy. I think I would be like, you will no longer be my client.
Yeah.
Most of the time, they let you drink at their weddings if you wanted to. Like I typically have a drink with dinner.
Yeah.
I'm still working, so I mean, I've had clients try to get me drunk because they're drunk, and I'm like, look,
You're paying me to be here.
Do you want good photos?
Yeah, I'll do a shot with you, but I am working.
Yeah.
And otherwise your photos will be blurry. And I still have to drive home.
Yes.
And some of them get so pushy though, because they're having so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
And like I'm pretty good with like my clients, like I'm friends with most of them.
Yeah.
Especially you spend 12 hours with me. So it's like, oh, drink, we're having fun. And I'm like, nope, I can't do that.
You still need me to have good pictures.
Yes,
I was told Cassidy was coming, but she wasn't working my wedding, which is fair.
Mm-hmm.
You said you'd do my makeup.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I've never been to a wedding.
You're not missing much.
Well, I don't own appropriate clothes for a wedding.
I'm just kidding. I'm just not one of those people that loves weddings.
I just would like a party.
I just don't think I've been to a lot where I'm super close because a lot of my really close friends were already married or aren't getting married by the time I met them. And so the weddings I've been to are people that are acquaintances, and those are not as much fun.
Yeah, they're way more fun if they're like your family or like someone you're really close to. Although I have a lot of fun, but I'm a very social person, so like everyone laughs at me because I am on that dance floor with them, taking pictures. Like like you will see me with my camera up in the air while I'm dancing with you, just taking pictures. It gets the best dance pictures.
Yeah.
Everyone's having fun with me.
Yeah, that's awesome.
For some reason, I was picturing like you on the ground, like just wiggling. Like, but only your like lower body was moving, not your upper body, because you get the.
I'm staying still and I'm just wiggling my booty.
Yeah.
Yeah, people don't understand. I do this too. People are like, "Well, you tan after you burn." No,
Nope.
no, I don't.
I don't, but I also tan better than.
If I wear a crap ton of sunscreen, I can tan a little bit because I didn't peel. But if I ever let myself get sunburnt, that sucker's coming right off.
Good morning, Haley. I have had one tan in my life, and I remember going up to my mom and be like, "Mom, I'm tan. Look at the Tom's tan line I have on my foot." She's like, "Are you sure you're just not dirty? Like it just looks like you got some sand on it." I was like, "No, I washed it. It was so slight."
That's hilarious.
A little dirty, but I was so proud of it.
That's hilarious. I love it.
Yeah, no. I guess it's my Portuguese. I have I'm like 25% Portuguese, so.
You know what? It's really like annoying that I don't tan. Like my grandmother is from Israel. Why couldn't you give me this? Although she doesn't tan either, but like her siblings are all like darker skinned, but she's like white like us.
So you got like the recessive gene.
And then my grandfather is like Welsh family.
You look very UKian.
Yeah. So I did not get the Israeli bloodline here.
Yep.
But
see, we're working with my like soft white light making me look tanner, and then you've got Cassidy's bright white ring light, and she looks white.
My shirt is white, but you can tell the difference between my shirt and my skin color.
Yeah.
So I look more tan than I am.
Honestly, though, you said it right. Being white, I am this white in person. Like I am.
Yeah, I'm so white.
Like you put your face next to the pizza box spinner thing.
Well, this is blue.
No, I was saying like it's white under it, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's colored blue and purple.
Oh, okay, never mind. It looked white from the.
Kind of more gray.
Yeah.
You have a peach undertone, kind of.
I do. I have a pink undertone to my skin.
Where I'm like more olive.
I'm neutral. Very, very neutral.
Someone's phone going off?
Yeah, it's mine. I'm ignoring David.
Is it the David?
It is the David. I'm gonna call him back in a minute.
This is retired now.
Sad day.
No more wheel.
You gotta make a better wheel.
Sad wheel.
You know how long it took to make this? Like, you should have seen what it used to do before. Like, it literally landed on the same one every single spin for a long time, and I had to put like little weights on it. Like, there's help.
Should we actually end the sprints?
Probably
Probably.
should. I think I hit everything
You hit
Glad
serial.
somebody did.
at some point.
Well, you didn't hit. Did you hit serial killer like for your books?
I did in the end. That was my
Okay.
last pick.
Yeah, her pick actually worked for the prompt. Mine did not. It's fine. It was the last spin. We went with it.
My enemies to lovers also didn't work. So apparently we just have problems with that prompt.
Good enough.
I don't like enemies to lovers.
Could attempt to figure out wheel spins. Just not with this wheel and this setup, because there's things that actually go here when this fork goes down.
This is like your living room, isn't it?
The downstairs living room.
That's hilarious. Oh gosh, why am I so tired?
But yeah, we're ending this. Thank you all for joining in with 72 hours of the Smut Den. I hope you all had fun. I hope you all read outside of your comfort zones or in them. Who knows?
I read at least 2 spots, so you had to as
I
well.
hope you just had fun. Whatever you were doing, I hope you had fun.
Yes. And thanks for coming. Bye.
Bye.